Most people don't realize how much they carry until the night finally asks them to be still. When the distractions fade, when the conversations end, when the world stops pulling at your attention, what surfaces is everything you kept pushing aside. The pressure to hold it together, the decisions that still haunt you, the things you wish you handled differently, and the quiet fear that tomorrow will demand even more from you than today did. Not because life is cruel, but because no one ever showed you how to set the weight down without feeling like you're failing. We learned how to survive busy days, but not how to release heavy nights. We were taught how to stay strong for everyone else, how to solve problems, how to keep moving forward no matter what it costs inside. But strength without release becomes tension. Responsibility without rest becomes exhaustion. And a mind that never powers down begins to believe that tension is normal. Yet deep underneath all that noise, there is a calmer place in you. A place that isn't rushing, isn't comparing, isn't bracing for impact. A place that remembers what it feels like to simply exist without pressure. The Stoics understood something most people overlook. You don't have to solve your life tonight. You only have to stop carrying it for a few hours. They taught that peace begins the moment you stop wrestling with what already happened. That control returns when you release the illusion that you were ever meant to control everything, and that a quiet mind is not an empty one, but a healed one. Tonight is not about forcing sleep, not about pretending everything is fine, not about becoming a different person by morning. Tonight is about permission. Permission to loosen your grip. Permission to step out of the storm of your own thoughts. Permission to let the world spin without you holding it together. 4 hours to let the mind breathe again. 4 hours to release the tension stored in places words never reach. 4 hours to remember that you are allowed to rest without earning it. Tonight, you don't have to carry anything. And as the mind begins to loosen its grip on everything it carried through the day, something deeper starts to surface. Not the noise of what happened today, but the unfinished conversations with yesterday. Because long after events pass, the mind keeps returning to them, as if one more review might finally change the ending. Tonight, instead of replaying the past, you are stepping out of the courtroom in your head. You are not here to reopen old cases. You are here to close them. There is a quiet exhaustion that comes from arguing with things that already happened. Not out loud, not with other people, but inside your own thoughts. The replaying, the editing, the if only I had said this, or if only I had done that. It feels productive, like you are trying to fix something. But the past does not respond to effort. It does not negotiate. It does not soften because you revisited it 1,000 times. All it does is take energy from the present moment and lock it inside a time that no longer exists. Many people carry the past the way a traveler carries a suitcase they forgot how to put down. At first it feels necessary. Then it becomes familiar. Eventually, it becomes part of how they move through the world. They forget what it feels like to walk freely. Old mistakes become identity. Old pain becomes proof that something is wrong with them. Old embarrassment becomes a warning that it could happen again. And so the mind keeps negotiating, hoping to reach a deal that will finally bring relief. But relief does not come from rewriting memory. It comes from accepting that the version of you who lived those moments did the best they could with the awareness they had at the time. Not the awareness you have now, not the strength you built later, not the lessons you learned afterward. The past, you was operating with limited information, limited experience, and often limited emotional support. Judging that version of yourself using today's wisdom is like criticizing a child for not knowing what only adults learn. There is also a hidden belief underneath this constant revisiting. The belief that if you hold on to the past tightly enough, you can prevent future pain. The mind thinks reviewing old hurt will protect you from new hurt. But it does the opposite. It keeps the nervous system alert, tense, prepared for something that is not happening right now. It turns rest into vigilance. It turns silence into interrogation. And over time, it convinces you that peace is unsafe because peace means lowering your guard. Tonight is the moment you stop trying to earn forgiveness from a time that cannot hear you. You are not required to punish yourself to prove you learned something. Growth already happened. Awareness already expanded. The fact that you see things differently now is evidence that you are not the same person who made those choices. Carrying guilt beyond its lesson does not make you responsible. It only makes you tired. There is a quiet strength in allowing the past to remain exactly where it is. Not erased, not denied, not justified, just finished. Like a chapter that shaped the story but is no longer being written. When you stop negotiating with it, you begin to notice how much space opens inside you. Space that was previously filled with rehearsed arguments and imagined explanations. Space where calm can finally settle without being interrupted by memory. You may notice resistance as you let go. The mind might say that releasing the past means saying it was acceptable or that it did not matter. But letting go is not approval. It is freedom. It is recognizing that your life cannot move forward while you are still trying to fix something behind you. You are not abandoning the past. You are releasing your obligation to carry it. The Stoics understood that suffering often comes not from events themselves, but from the meaning we attach to them long after they end. When you loosen that meaning, the emotional weight begins to dissolve on its own. The memory may still exist, but it no longer controls the room. It becomes quieter, like a distant sound that no longer demands attention. As this night deepens, feel the difference between remembering and reliving. Remembering is calm. Reliving is exhausting. One acknowledges that something happened. The other keeps you trapped inside it. Tonight, you are choosing the calmer path. Not because you are forced to, but because you are finally allowed to rest. And in that rest, something important happens. The mind begins to trust that it does not have to stay on guard forever. The body loosens. The breath deepens. The space inside you that was once crowded with unfinished conversations becomes still enough to hold something new. Not regret, not worry, but quiet understanding. Nothing in your past is waiting for you to fix it tonight. Nothing back there needs your attention right now. The only thing asking for your care is the present moment, the one place where change is still possible. And as you stop negotiating with what cannot be changed, you reclaim the energy needed to live what can. For the first time in a long while, you are not turning toward yesterday. You are settling into now. And that is where peace begins. And as you settle into the quiet of the present, another realization begins to unfold. Some doors in life never close properly. Not every story ends with answers. Not every goodbye explains itself. Not every silence is filled with understanding. Yet peace does not wait for perfect endings. It begins the moment you stop standing in front of doors that will never open again. There is a deep human need for resolution. The mind wants clean conclusions, clear explanations, something it can file away and stop revisiting. When closure doesn't come, the mind keeps circling back, hoping that one day the missing piece will appear and everything will finally make sense. But many of life's most painful experiences do not come with explanations. People leave without clarity. Opportunities disappear without warning. Words remain unsaid until it is too late to say them, and the absence of answers becomes its own kind of weight. What makes this difficult is the belief that peace depends on understanding. That if you could just know why it happened, why they acted that way, why things ended the way they did, then the tension inside you would dissolve. But peace does not come from understanding every detail. It comes from accepting that some chapters were never meant to be explained to you. The search for closure often keeps the wound open because the mind stays focused on what is missing instead of what is still here. There is also the quiet hope that closure will restore something that was lost. That one final conversation, one apology, one moment of acknowledgement will somehow return a sense of balance. But even when those things happen, they rarely feel as complete as imagined. The past does not rewind simply because there was a final exchange. The truth is that closure is not something others give you. It is something you create by deciding that the story no longer controls you. Accepting that closure is not required for peace is not easy at first. It can feel like giving up on justice or abandoning the importance of what happened. But acceptance is not surrender to unfairness. It is a refusal to let unresolved moments define the rest of your life. It is choosing your own stability over endless waiting. Instead of asking the past to explain itself, you allow yourself to step forward without the explanation. You may notice how much energy has been tied up in the expectation that someday everything will make sense. Releasing that expectation frees up space inside you, space to focus on what is real right now instead of what might have been clarified in a different timeline. Life moves forward regardless of whether closure arrives. Peace becomes possible when you move with it instead of resisting the unfinished edges. There is also a quiet strength in realizing that unanswered questions do not diminish your worth. Someone's inability to explain their actions does not define your value. Their silence is not a verdict on who you are. When you stop interpreting lack of closure as rejection, the emotional grip begins to loosen. You stop personalizing what may never have been about you in the first place. The Stoics believed that suffering often comes from expecting the world to behave in ways it never promised. Expecting closure assumes that life will provide neat endings, but life is not written like a story. It is messy, unpredictable, and sometimes silent. When you accept this, you stop waiting for reality to match your expectations and start adapting to what is actually happening. Peace without closure feels different. It is quieter, less dramatic, more grounded. It does not rely on anyone else's actions. It grows from your decision to stop reopening emotional wounds just to check if they have healed. Healing happens when you stop touching the bruise, not when you keep pressing on it to see if it still hurts. As this understanding settles in, you may feel a subtle shift. The need for answers becomes less urgent. The past feels less like an unfinished task and more like a completed experience, even without explanation. You begin to trust that clarity can exist without complete information, that calm can exist without final conversations, that moving forward does not require permission from what is behind you. And in that space, something gentle appears, a sense of independence from the past's loose ends. You are no longer standing still, waiting for someone else to finish the story. You are writing new pages without needing the old ones to make perfect sense. The night continues, and with it comes a deeper release, not just from yesterday's weight, but from the belief that peace must be earned through understanding. You are discovering that peace can be chosen, even when questions remain unanswered. Nothing is missing from this moment that you need in order to rest. Nothing unresolved has the power to follow you into tomorrow unless you carry it there. And as you let the need for closure fade into the background, what remains is something steadier than answers, a quiet acceptance that allows you to breathe freely again. And as the need for answers loosens its grip, another layer begins to reveal itself, the way pain quietly shapes how you see yourself. Not just something you went through, but something you started to become. Because when hurt stays long enough, it stops feeling like an experience and starts feeling like an identity. Tonight is not only about releasing what happened, but releasing who you had to be in order to survive it. At first, pain arrives as an event. Something that shocks you, changes you, forces you to adapt. But over time, the mind builds a story around it. A story that explains why you act the way you do, why you keep your distance, why you stay guarded, why you expect disappointment before hope. The story becomes familiar, almost protective. It tells you that staying cautious will keep you safe, that expecting less will hurt less, that closing off parts of yourself is the price of never being blindsided again. Without noticing, you begin to introduce yourself to the world through what hurt you. Not in words, but in posture, in reactions, in the way you interpret everything through the lens of what happened before. You become the strong one, the distant one, the one who doesn't need anyone, the one who keeps emotions controlled. It feels like strength, and in many ways it was. It helped you survive moments that would have broken you otherwise. But survival roles are not meant to be permanent homes. The danger is not the pain itself, but the way it convinces you that this version of you is the only version that exists now. That softness is gone. That trust is naive. That joy must be measured. Over time, you forget that the identity formed around pain was a response, not your true nature. You begin to believe that the guarded version of you is the real one, and anything lighter feels unfamiliar, even unsafe. Releasing this identity does not mean denying what you went through. It means recognizing that the experience shaped you, but does not have to define you. You are allowed to evolve beyond the role you played in your hardest moments. Just as a cast is removed after a bone heals, the protective behaviors that once held you together can be set down when they are no longer needed. Keeping them forever only limits how freely you can move. There may also be a hidden fear that if you let go of this identity, you will lose the lessons that came with it. But wisdom does not disappear when the armor comes off. The awareness stays. The strength stays. What leaves is the constant tension of bracing for impact. You do not become weaker by softening. You become more flexible, more present, more able to experience life without filtering it through old wounds. Pain has a way of narrowing focus. It trains the mind to scan for danger, to anticipate loss, to protect against disappointment. Releasing the identity built around it widens that focus again. It allows you to see possibilities that were invisible when everything felt like a threat. It restores parts of your personality that were set aside because they felt too vulnerable to show. The Stoics believed that identity should be rooted in character, not circumstance, in the qualities you choose to practice rather than the events you endured. When identity comes from inner values instead of past injuries, it becomes stable. It no longer depends on what happened to you. It depends on how you decide to live now. As the night continues, you may sense how much effort it took to maintain the version of yourself shaped by pain. The constant alertness, the emotional distance, the careful monitoring of how much of yourself to reveal. Letting go of that effort feels unfamiliar at first, like stepping out of heavy armor after wearing it for years. But beneath that weight, there is relief, space, a quiet reminder that you were never meant to live permanently in defense mode. You are not required to carry the personality that pain forced you to develop. You are allowed to rediscover who you are without it. Not the version that was reacting, protecting, enduring, but the version that can breathe without tension and move without fear, guiding every decision. And as you release that identity, something gentle begins to return. Curiosity, warmth, openness to moments that are not defined by what once happened. The past remains part of your story, but it is no longer the title. It becomes one chapter among many, not the lens through which every new experience is judged. The quiet truth is that you were always more than what hurt you, more than what you had to overcome, more than the defenses you built to get through it. Tonight is the night you stop introducing yourself to life through old pain and start meeting it as someone who is no longer trapped inside it. Nothing is being taken away from you. Something is being given back, the freedom to exist without carrying a role you no longer need to play. And as you begin to loosen the identity shaped by old pain, another quiet challenge appears. The need to tie everything up before the day ends. The urge to solve, to clarify, to make sure nothing is left unsettled before you allow yourself to rest. But life rarely offers clean endings on schedule. Some days close with unfinished conversations, unanswered messages, decisions still hanging in the air. Tonight asks something different of you, not solutions, but courage. A part of the mind believes that rest must be earned by completion, that you can only relax once every problem is handled, every emotion processed, every loose thread tied neatly. So when the lights go off and the world quiets down, the mind starts working overtime, trying to resolve what could not be resolved during the day. It replays discussions, anticipates tomorrow's demands, searches for the perfect words that might fix everything. It feels responsible, even necessary, but it keeps you trapped in motion when what you truly need is stillness. Ending the day without resolution feels uncomfortable because it means admitting that some things will remain uncertain for now. It means trusting that unfinished matters will not collapse your world overnight. It means allowing yourself to pause without knowing exactly how everything will turn out. That takes courage, because uncertainty often feels like vulnerability. Yet there is a deeper strength in allowing the day to close imperfectly instead of forcing closure that is not ready to exist. You may notice how often exhaustion comes not from what happened, but from trying to control what has not happened yet. The mind runs ahead, rehearsing scenarios, preparing defenses, searching for ways to prevent disappointment. But this constant preparation drains the energy needed to face tomorrow with clarity. Rest is not avoidance. It is maintenance. Just as the body repairs itself during sleep, the mind restores balance when it is allowed to step away from unfinished business. There is also a quiet fear that if you stop thinking about a problem, you might lose control of it. That vigilance is the only thing holding things together. But many solutions arrive only when the mind is no longer straining to find them. Distance creates perspective. Stillness allows insight to surface naturally. By stepping back, you are not abandoning responsibility. You are giving your mind the conditions it needs to function well. The Stoics understood that the present moment has limits. You can act within it, but you cannot force outcomes beyond it. When the day ends, your influence ends with it. Carrying unfinished concerns into the night does not increase your control over them. It only steals the recovery time you need to meet them tomorrow with strength instead of fatigue. Ending the day without resolution is also an act of self-trust. It says that you believe in your ability to handle what comes next, even if you do not know exactly how yet. It shifts your focus from trying to predict everything to knowing you can adapt when the moment arrives. This kind of trust reduces anxiety because it removes the pressure to foresee every possibility. You are allowed to leave some questions unanswered tonight. You are allowed to pause in the middle of processes that will continue tomorrow. Life is not a series of completed tasks, but an ongoing movement. Trying to finish everything before resting is like trying to empty the ocean with a cup. There will always be more waves. Peace comes from stepping out of the water, not from stopping the tide. As the night deepens, feel what happens when you stop reaching for solutions. The mind begins to slow. The body softens. The urgency fades. Problems that felt overwhelming shrink to a more realistic size when they are not magnified by exhaustion. You begin to sense that rest itself is productive, not in the way effort is, but in the way renewal is. Courage is often mistaken for pushing through fatigue, but true courage sometimes looks like stopping before you collapse. It looks like saying that your well-being matters as much as the tasks you carry. It looks like choosing restoration over endless striving. Nothing important will be lost because you allowed yourself to rest tonight. The world will continue turning. Conversations will resume. Decisions will still be there in the morning, but you will meet them differently, with a steadier mind, a calmer body, and a clearer perspective. So let the day end without forcing an ending. Let the unfinished remain unfinished. Let the unknown remain unknown for now. You are not required to solve your life before you sleep. You are only required to take care of the person who will wake up to live it tomorrow. And in that simple act of courage, peace quietly returns. Not because everything is resolved, but because you finally allowed yourself to stop carrying it for a while. And as you allow the day to close without forcing solutions, another quiet tension begins to loosen. The effort of living up to someone else's expectations long after they stopped watching. Because much of the exhaustion you carry does not come from your own standards, but from trying to be enough for someone whose approval became a silent measure of your worth. Tonight is not about becoming someone new. It is about returning to who you were before you started performing. There is often one person, or sometimes several, whose opinion shaped how you learned to move through the world. A parent whose praise felt rare but powerful. A teacher who made you feel seen only when you excelled. A partner whose acceptance depended on you being a certain way. Even people who are no longer in your life can remain present in your mind, like invisible judges whose approval you are still trying to earn. Without realizing it, you begin making choices based on what would impress them rather than what would bring you peace. At first, this effort feels motivating. It pushes you to work harder, behave better, achieve more. But over time, it creates distance between who you are and who you feel allowed to be. You start editing your personality, hiding parts that might be misunderstood, exaggerating parts that seem more acceptable. The real cost is not the energy spent trying to impress them, but the quiet loss of authenticity that happens in the process. Detaching from the person you tried to impress does not mean rejecting them or resenting them. It means recognizing that your life cannot be lived as a permanent audition. Approval can be comforting, but it cannot be the foundation of your identity. When your sense of value depends on someone else's reaction, you remain emotionally tied to their perceptions even when they are absent. Freedom begins when you stop measuring yourself through their eyes. You may notice a lingering fear that if you stop trying to impress them, you will lose connection, respect, or even love. But relationships built on performance are fragile. They require constant effort to maintain an image that may not reflect your true self. Genuine connection, on the other hand, grows when you allow yourself to be seen without the need to impress. It is steadier, quieter, and far less exhausting. There is also the realization that the version of you who needed that approval was often younger, less certain, still searching for direction. That version did what it could to feel secure. But you are no longer confined to the same emotional landscape. What once felt necessary may now feel restrictive. Letting go of the need to impress is not disrespectful to your past. It is respectful to your growth. The Stoics emphasize that the only approval truly worth seeking is your own, the quiet knowledge that you acted with integrity regardless of how others responded. When your actions align with your values instead of external expectations, a different kind of confidence emerges. It is not loud or performative. It is calm, grounded, and independent of applause. As you detach from that old effort, you may feel a surprising lightness. Decisions become simpler because they no longer require imagining someone else's judgment. You stop rehearsing conversations in your head. Stop anticipating how your choices will be perceived. You begin to notice what you actually want, not what would earn approval. This clarity brings relief, as if a constant background noise has finally faded. You are not obligated to continue a role you once played to feel accepted. You are allowed to evolve beyond the expectations that shaped you. The people who truly belong in your life will adjust to who you become. Those who cannot were often more attached to the role than to the real person behind it. As the night continues, feel the space that opens when you release the need to impress anyone. There is nothing to prove here, nothing to perform, nothing to justify. Just a quieter presence that exists without comparison or evaluation. You are not losing connection by letting go of that effort. You are reclaiming connection with yourself, the version of you that does not need to be edited to be worthy of peace. And in that return, something steady takes root. A sense that your life is finally your own, not a reflection of someone else's expectations. Tonight, you step out of the spotlight you never asked for and into a calmer place where you are allowed to exist without being measured. Nothing more is required. Nothing more is expected. You can simply be, and that is enough. And as you step away from the quiet pressure to impress, another invisible strain begins to soften, the longing to be fully understood by everyone around you. Because much of the tension in human relationships comes not from conflict itself, but from the feeling that your intentions, your heart, your reasons were never truly seen. Tonight is not about explaining yourself better. It is about discovering the peace that exists even when understanding never arrives. There is a deep desire in all of us to feel known, to believe that if people could just see what we meant, hear what we felt, grasp the context behind our actions, then everything would settle into place. Misunderstandings would dissolve, judgments would fade, distance would shrink. So the mind keeps trying, replaying conversations, imagining better ways to phrase things, wishing for one more chance to clarify. But the truth is that no explanation can guarantee understanding, because people interpret your words through their own experiences, fears, and beliefs. Trying to be understood by everyone becomes exhausting because it requires constant translation of yourself. You begin adjusting how you speak, how much you reveal, even how you express emotion, hoping it will finally land the way you intend. When it doesn't, frustration grows, not just toward others, but toward yourself, for failing to bridge a gap that may never have been yours to close. Over time, you start to feel invisible, as if your inner world exists in a language no one else speaks. Letting go of the need to be understood does not mean giving up on communication. It means releasing the expectation that your peace depends on other people's interpretation of you. It means recognizing that being misunderstood is not a personal failure. It is a natural outcome of people seeing the world from different angles. Some will understand you deeply, others will only see fragments, and some will not understand you at all. None of these outcomes diminish who you are. There is also a quiet freedom in no longer trying to control how your story is perceived. When you stop explaining yourself to win approval, your words become simpler, more honest, less defensive. You speak because it is true, not because you hope it will change someone's opinion. Silence becomes more comfortable too, because you no longer feel pressured to fill every gap with justification. You may notice that much of the urge to be understood comes from a fear of being misjudged, as if misunderstanding will erase your intentions or distort your character beyond repair. But people's perceptions shift constantly, influenced by their own moods and experiences. Building your peace on something so unstable guarantees anxiety. When you anchor your sense of self internally instead, the opinions of others lose their power to unsettle you. The Stoics believe that your responsibility ends with your actions and intentions, not with how those actions are received. Once you have acted with honesty and care, the outcome belongs to the world, not to you. Holding yourself accountable for others' interpretations is like trying to control the weather after you have already stepped outside. It drains energy without changing anything. As you release this need, relationships become less tense. You stop monitoring every interaction for signs of misunderstanding. You allow space for differences without seeing them as threats. You listen more calmly because you are not waiting for your turn to correct the narrative. And when someone does understand you, it feels like a gift rather than a requirement. There is also a quiet return to yourself in this process. When you stop looking outward for validation that you have been seen accurately, you begin seeing yourself more clearly. Your own understanding becomes enough. You no longer feel compelled to perform clarity for others when you already know your truth. As the night deepens, feel what it is like to exist without explaining, without defending, without rehearsing how you will present yourself tomorrow. The silence becomes gentler, not because everything is resolved, but because you are no longer fighting to be interpreted correctly. Nothing essential about you depends on being fully understood by everyone. The people meant to resonate with you will do so naturally, without effort. The rest will continue on their own paths, carrying their own interpretations. And that is not a loss. It is simply the way human perspectives differ. Tonight, you allow yourself to rest without translating your existence into something easier for others to accept. You are not a puzzle that needs solving. You are a presence that can exist peacefully, even in the absence of perfect understanding. And in that quiet acceptance, a deeper calm settles in. The calm that comes from knowing you no longer need the world to mirror you back accurately in order to feel whole. And as the need to be understood begins to fade into the background, something even heavier may rise to the surface. The quiet awareness that some things in life cannot be fixed. Not with time, not with effort, not even with the best intentions. Tonight is not about finding solutions for what is broken. It is about discovering how to live gently beside what will never return to the way it was. There are moments everyone wishes they could go back and change. Words spoken too quickly, chances missed because fear was louder than courage, relationships that slipped away while you were busy trying to hold everything else together. The mind returns to these places not because it enjoys pain, but because it still hopes repair is possible. It imagines alternate versions of the past, where everything unfolded differently, where clarity arrived sooner, where someone stayed instead of leaving. But no amount of revisiting can reopen a closed chapter. What makes this difficult is the sense of responsibility that lingers. The feeling that if you had done more, known more, acted sooner, things might have been saved. This belief keeps the heart tied to what cannot be undone. It turns regret into a constant companion, whispering that peace is not allowed because something important was left unresolved. Yet regret often comes from the wisdom you gained afterward, not from the person you were when those moments happened. Making peace with what cannot be repaired is not the same as saying it did not matter. It mattered deeply. That is why it still hurts. But peace comes from recognizing that the past cannot be held accountable to the knowledge you have now. You cannot travel backward with new understanding in hand. The only direction available is forward, carrying the lessons instead of the blame. There is also a quiet misconception that holding on to pain honors what was lost, as if letting go would mean forgetting or minimizing the significance of what happened. But memory does not disappear when the suffering softens. You can remember with respect without reliving the wound. You can carry the meaning of an experience without carrying the weight of self-punishment. Some losses cannot be repaired because they were never meant to return in the same form. People change, paths separate, time moves in only one direction. Trying to restore the past exactly as it was ignores the reality that you are no longer the same person either. Growth makes return impossible, even when longing remains. Peace begins when you allow what was to remain in its place without trying to rebuild it in the present. The Stoics taught that suffering often comes from demanding permanence from a world built on change. Everything you experience is temporary: joy, pain, connection, distance. When you accept this, the pressure to fix what has already passed begins to dissolve. Instead of resisting change, you start moving with it, allowing new forms of meaning to emerge where old ones once stood. As the night deepens, notice how much energy has been spent holding on to the hope of repair. Imagine that energy slowly returning to you, no longer tied to events beyond your reach. It becomes available for healing, for creating something different, for showing kindness to the version of yourself that carried this weight alone for so long. You are not responsible for restoring what time has altered. You are only responsible for how you move forward with the awareness you now have. When you release the impossible task of fixing the unfixable, you create room for acceptance to settle in, not as defeat, but as relief. There is a quiet dignity in acknowledging that some things are beyond your control. It frees you from endless striving and allows you to rest without feeling like you abandoned something important. You did what you could with what you knew. The rest belongs to the unfolding of life, not to your personal failure. Tonight, You are allowed to stop trying to repair what cannot be repaired. You're allowed to step out of the role of fixer, rescuer, or historian of your own past. What remains is not emptiness, but space. Space where gentleness can grow, where forgiveness can replace blame, where calm can exist without conditions. Nothing meaningful is lost when you choose peace over endless repair. The love, the lessons, the memories remain. Only the burden fades. And in that quiet release, you begin to understand that healing is not about restoring what was broken, but about learning how to live fully, even when some pieces are missing. The night holds that understanding for you now, steady and patient, asking nothing except that you finally allow yourself to rest beside what you no longer need to carry. And as you release the need to repair what cannot be restored, another quiet relief begins to surface. The freedom that comes when you stop justifying your existence to the world. Because much of your exhaustion was never from what you did, but from explaining why you did it. Tonight is not about proving anything. It is about discovering how peaceful life becomes when you no longer feel required to defend every choice, every boundary, every change in direction. There is a subtle pressure in everyday life to make your decisions understandable to everyone else, to soften your truth so it feels comfortable for them, to provide reasons that will be accepted, approved, validated. When someone questions your path, your silence, your priorities, the instinct is to clarify, to reassure, to make sure they do not misunderstand you. It feels polite, responsible, even necessary. But over time it turns your life into a constant presentation, as if your personal decisions must pass a public review before you are allowed to move forward. Explaining yourself becomes a habit, especially if you grew up in environments where approval was conditional. You learned that clarity reduced conflict, that justification prevented rejection, that over-communication kept relationships stable. So you kept talking, kept detailing, kept offering pieces of your inner world, hoping they would be handled gently. Sometimes they were, sometimes they were not. And when they were not, you felt exposed, as if something private had been taken and examined without care. The silent freedom arrives when you realize that not every decision requires an audience. Some choices belong entirely to you, shaped by experiences others cannot see, and responsibilities they do not carry. You are allowed to change direction without presenting a case. You are allowed to set boundaries without defending them like a lawyer. You are allowed to choose peace over participation without explaining why your energy is limited. There may be a fear that silence will be interpreted as coldness or indifference, that if you stop explaining, people will assume the worst. But the truth is that explanations do not always prevent misunderstanding. Sometimes they invite more questions, more debate, more pressure to adjust your choice. Silence, when it comes from calm rather than avoidance, is not hostility. It is clarity. It says that your decision is settled, not open for negotiation. The Stoics believed that inner stability grows when you stop placing your peace in the hands of other people's opinions. When your actions align with your values, explanation becomes optional rather than necessary. You no longer need external agreement to feel certain. This certainty is quiet, not forceful. It does not need to convince anyone because it is not trying to win. As you stop explaining, something else begins to happen. Conversations become lighter because you are not carrying the pressure to be fully understood in every moment. You listen without preparing defenses. You speak without calculating reactions. Interactions lose their edge because you are no longer protecting a narrative. You are simply present. There is also a deep form of self-respect in allowing your boundaries to stand without elaborate justification. It shows that you trust your own judgment, that you believe your needs are valid, even if they are not universally accepted. This trust strengthens over time, replacing the old habit of seeking permission to prioritize your well-being. You may notice how much space opens inside you when the constant urge to explain fades. Thoughts slow down. Emotions settle. The mind is no longer rehearsing speeches for conversations that may never happen. That energy returns to you, available for rest, creativity, or simple awareness of the moment. As the night deepens, feel the calm that comes from having nothing to prove, no statements to prepare, no defenses to construct, no clarifications waiting to be delivered. Just a quiet presence that exists without needing validation. Nothing important about you is diminished because you chose silence. Your worth does not depend on how clearly you justify your choices. The people who are meant to remain will adjust to the quieter version of you. Those who cannot were often more comfortable with the explanation than with the truth. Tonight, you step into the silent freedom of being answerable only to your own conscience. You release the role of translator of your life. You allow your actions to speak without commentary. And in that silence, peace settles in more easily than it ever could through endless words. You are still here, still whole, still moving forward, not because you convinced everyone, but because you no longer needed to. And as you settle into the quiet freedom of no longer explaining yourself, something tender may begin to rise. The memories of choices you made when your mind was clouded, when your heart was overwhelmed, when clarity was nowhere to be found. Because even after you stop justifying your life to others, you may still be holding trials inside your own thoughts. Tonight is not about reviewing those decisions again. It is about releasing the version of you who had to choose without certainty. There were moments when you moved forward without a clear map, times when pressure, fear, loneliness, or urgency narrowed your vision until the path ahead looked simpler than it really was. Decisions made in those states often carry a different kind of regret, not because you intended harm, but because you can now see what you could not see then. Hindsight sharpens everything. It highlights risks you missed, options you overlooked, warning signs you misunderstood. And the mind, armed with this new clarity, turns against the past version of you as if they should have known better. But confusion is not failure. It is a condition of being human in moments of uncertainty. You made decisions with the information available, with the emotional tools you had, with the strength you could gather at the time. Expecting perfect judgment in imperfect conditions is a quiet form of cruelty toward yourself. It ignores the reality that clarity often arrives only after the consequences have already unfolded. Forgiving yourself does not erase the outcome of those choices. It changes your relationship with them. Instead of using them as evidence of weakness, you begin to see them as part of a learning process that shaped who you are now. The awareness you carry today was built from those experiences. Without them, you would not have the same depth of understanding, the same caution where needed, the same empathy for others navigating their own uncertainty. There is also a hidden burden in believing that you should have paused, waited, or chosen differently. Sometimes waiting was not an option. Sometimes the situation demanded action before you felt ready. Sometimes silence would have caused more harm than speaking. Life rarely offers perfect conditions for decision-making. It moves quickly, often forcing you to respond before you fully understand what is happening. The Stoics taught that judgment of the past should be guided by reason, not emotion alone. When emotion leads, it tends to exaggerate mistakes and minimize context. Reason, on the other hand, considers the circumstances, the limitations, the pressures that shaped the choice. It recognizes that you are not acting from the stability you may have now. You are navigating confusion, doing your best to protect yourself or others in ways that made sense at the time. As you forgive yourself, something softens inside you. The harsh inner voice loses its authority. You stop replaying scenes as evidence against your character and start seeing them as chapters that contributed to your growth. Compassion replaces condemnation. You begin to treat yourself with the same understanding you would offer a friend who had been struggling to see clearly. You may also notice how much energy was tied up in punishing yourself. Carrying guilt long after its lesson has been learned drains the strength needed to live fully now. Forgiveness returns that strength. It does not excuse irresponsibility. It acknowledges humanity. It recognizes that being imperfect does not disqualify you from peace. As the night deepens, allow yourself to step out of the role of judge and into the role of witness. Witness the confusion you were in. Witness the fear, the pressure, the loneliness that influenced your choices. Witness the resilience that carried you through despite everything. When you see the full picture, forgiveness stops feeling like a favor you grant yourself and starts feeling like simple fairness. Nothing is gained by continuing to fight battles that are already over. The decisions were made, the consequences unfolded, the lessons were learned. The only question left is whether you will allow yourself to move forward without dragging the past behind you like a chain. Tonight, you release the belief that you must remain accountable forever for moments when you did not have the clarity you have now. You allow the past version of you to rest, not because they were flawless, but because they carried enough already. And in that quiet forgiveness, a deeper peace begins to form, the kind that does not depend on perfection, only on understanding. You are still worthy of calm, still worthy of rest, still worthy of beginning again, even after choices made in confusion. Nothing about your future requires you to keep punishing your past. You can set it down now. And as forgiveness begins to ease the tension you carried toward your past decisions, another delicate process unfolds. The quiet loosening of attachments that once felt inseparable from who you are. Because some connections do not end with conflict or betrayal. They fade slowly, leaving behind memories, habits, and emotions that linger long after the relationship itself has changed. Tonight is not about forcing distance. It is about learning how to release with care instead of resistance. Emotional attachments form in subtle ways, through shared routines, familiar voices, inside jokes, the comfort of knowing someone once occupied a certain space in your life. Even when circumstances shift, the emotional imprint remains. You may no longer speak to them, no longer see them, no longer share the same path, yet part of you still reacts to reminders, a place, a song, a phrase that pulls your thoughts backward. This is not weakness. It is evidence that connection mattered. What makes ending attachments difficult is the belief that letting go erases what once existed. The mind fears that distance means indifference, that moving forward means pretending the bond was never meaningful. But gentle release does not deny the past. It honors it while accepting that its role has changed. You are not discarding the connection. You are allowing it to settle into memory, instead of remaining an active presence in your daily life. The Stoics approached attachment with balance rather than suppression. They did not demand that you stop caring. They encouraged awareness of the impermanence of all things. People come into your life for seasons, sometimes long, sometimes brief. When the season ends, holding on to the expectation that it should continue only creates suffering. Accepting change allows affection to remain without turning into longing. There is also a quiet shift that happens when you stop feeding the attachment with constant attention. Replaying old conversations, revisiting photographs, imagining what they might be doing now. These habits keep the emotional connection alive even when the relationship itself has ended. When you gently redirect your focus toward the present, the intensity softens on its own, not because you forced yourself to forget, but because your energy is no longer anchored to what was. Ending attachments gently also means resisting the urge to replace them immediately. Loneliness can make any connection feel necessary, but healing requires space. Space to rediscover who you are without the influence of that bond. Space to rebuild routines that belong solely to you. This space may feel unfamiliar at first, but it becomes a foundation for new forms of connection that are not shaped by old expectations. You may worry that releasing someone emotionally means you will no longer care about their well-being, but care can exist without closeness. You can wish someone peace without needing to be part of their life. You can appreciate what you shared without reopening the door to what no longer fits. This kind of care is quiet, steady, free from the tension of unresolved longing. As the night deepens, notice how the attachment feels when you stop pulling against it. There is less strain, less urgency. The bond becomes lighter, no longer a weight you drag, but a memory you carry gently. You are not breaking it apart. You are loosening your grip so both you and the other person can continue evolving. The Stoic art lies in accepting that everything you love is temporary, including versions of yourself that existed within those relationships. When you understand this, you stop clinging and start appreciating. You value what was without demanding that it remain unchanged. This appreciation transforms attachment into gratitude. Nothing meaningful is lost when you release gently. The lessons remain. The warmth remains. The growth that came from that connection remains part of you. Only the tension fades. The tension of trying to hold on to something that has already moved into a different form. Tonight, you allow the emotional ties to soften instead of snapping them with force. You allow the memory to become peaceful instead of painful. You allow yourself to step forward without feeling like you are abandoning something important. What stays with you is not the attachment itself, but the capacity to connect deeply. A capacity that will shape future relationships in healthier, calmer ways. You are not becoming detached from love. You are learning how to love without clinging. And in that gentle release, peace settles in quietly, like the final note of a song that does not need to repeat to be remembered. And as the last emotional ties begin to loosen, something even quieter comes into view. The expectations you carried for how life was supposed to unfold. Not just expectations about people, but about timelines, achievements, versions of yourself you thought you would become by now. Tonight is not about burying hope. It is about laying to rest the pressure of plans that no longer belong to who you are today. There is a silent grief that comes from realizing life did not follow the script you once believed in. The career that was meant to define you took a different turn. The relationship you thought would last became a memory. The goals that once felt urgent now feel distant or irrelevant. Yet part of you keeps measuring the present against those old expectations, as if you are still accountable to a plan written by a younger, less experienced version of yourself. Expectations can be motivating when they align with reality, but when they don't, they become a source of quiet dissatisfaction. You may find yourself feeling behind even when you are moving forward, disappointed even when you are growing, restless even when nothing is actually wrong. This happens because you are comparing your current life to an imagined one that never had to face real obstacles. The imagined version always looks smoother, clearer, more certain, because it exists outside the complexity of real experience. Letting tonight be the funeral of old expectations means acknowledging that those visions served a purpose once. They gave direction, fueled effort, provided a sense of possibility. But they were based on limited information, on dreams formed before you knew what life would truly ask of you. Holding on to them forever ignores the person you have become through everything you have lived. There may be resistance to releasing them because expectations often carry identity. You might wonder who you are without the plans you built your sense of self around. But identity is not meant to be fixed to a single outcome. It evolves as you do. When you let go of outdated expectations, you create room for new forms of meaning that fit the person you are now, not the person you were trying to become then. There is also a quiet relief in no longer trying to force reality to match an old vision. You stop interpreting every deviation as failure. You stop feeling like you missed your only chance. Life is not a narrow path with one correct route. It is a landscape with many directions, most of which cannot be seen until you arrive there. The Stoics understood that suffering often comes from insisting that events unfold according to your preferences, rather than accepting them as they are. When you release the demand for life to follow a specific script, you become more adaptable, more present, more capable of finding value in unexpected places. You stop fighting what is and start working with it. As the night deepens, picture the old expectations being laid down gently, not as something discarded in anger, but as something honored and then released. They were part of your journey, not the final destination. You can appreciate what they once meant without allowing them to dictate your sense of worth now. You may notice how much lighter the future feels when it is not burdened by comparisons to a past plan. Possibility returns, not as pressure, but as openness. You are no longer chasing a predetermined version of success. You are free to define success based on what brings meaning and calm to your life today. Letting go of old expectations also restores patience. You stop rushing toward milestones that no longer resonate. You allow life to unfold at a pace that feels sustainable instead of forced. This patience creates stability, replacing the constant urgency that once drove you. Tonight becomes a quiet ceremony of release. Not dramatic, not sorrowful, but steady and respectful. You acknowledge the dreams that shaped you, thank them for guiding you as far as they could, and allow them to rest. In their place, something more flexible emerges, a willingness to meet life as it comes rather than as it was once imagined. Nothing meaningful is lost in this process. You are not abandoning ambition or hope. You are freeing them from outdated forms so they can grow in ways that match your current reality. The future becomes less about fulfilling a script and more about discovering what is possible now. As you settle into this understanding, peace spreads through the spaces once occupied by pressure. There is no race to win tonight, no standard you must meet before you are allowed to rest. You are here, alive, aware, still capable of shaping what comes next. And in that quiet acceptance, The past loosens its hold, leaving you with something steadier than expectation, a calm readiness for whatever tomorrow chooses to bring. And as the weight of old expectations settles into the ground behind you, another whisper begins to fade, the quiet sentence that has followed you through so many memories. It should have been different. Different timing, different outcome, different choices, different people. Tonight is not about rewriting what happened. It is about releasing the exhausting habit of arguing with reality long after the moment has passed. That phrase carries a hidden heaviness because it keeps your mind tied to an alternate life that never existed. A version where things unfolded perfectly, where misunderstandings never happened, where loss never entered the story. The mind drifts there often, not because it enjoys fantasy, but because it is searching for relief from disappointment. Yet every return to that imagined version sharpens the contrast with what actually happened, making the present feel insufficient. When you repeat that something should have been different, you are quietly refusing the life that is already in your hands. Not intentionally, not out of ingratitude, but out of longing for what felt more promising before reality intervened. This longing can become a background sadness that colors everything, even moments that would otherwise feel peaceful. It makes you hesitant to fully embrace the present, as if doing so would mean admitting that the past cannot be changed. Releasing this burden begins with recognizing that reality does not negotiate with expectations. Events unfold through countless factors beyond your control: timing, other people's choices, circumstances you could not predict. Blaming yourself for not orchestrating a perfect outcome assumes a level of control no one truly has. You were part of the story, not the author of every detail. There is also a quiet kindness in accepting that you did not fail simply because life unfolded differently than planned. Change does not equal error. Loss does not equal punishment. Some paths close not because you chose poorly, but because they were never meant to continue. Holding on to the belief that things should have gone another way keeps you anchored to a moment that no longer exists, preventing you from fully stepping into the one that does. The Stoics believed that peace comes from aligning your mind with reality rather than resisting it. When you stop demanding that the past match your preferences, the tension dissolves. You begin to see events as they are, not as you wished them to be. This clarity allows gratitude to surface, not forced gratitude, but a quiet recognition that even imperfect outcomes can contain meaning. As the night deepens, notice how much energy was spent maintaining the argument with what already happened. The mental debates, the imagined scenarios, the repeated comparisons between what is and what could have been. When you step away from that argument, the mind becomes quieter, not empty, but settled. It no longer needs to defend an expectation that reality has already moved past. You may feel a subtle sadness as you let go, not because you are losing something new, but because you are finally acknowledging what was already lost. This sadness is not harmful. It is part of acceptance. It allows the heart to process what the mind had been resisting. Once it passes, what remains is calm. Not the calm of getting what you wanted, but the calm of no longer fighting what you received. Releasing the burden also restores your ability to appreciate the present without comparison. Moments become lighter when they are not measured against an imagined version of how they should feel. You start noticing small forms of peace that were always there, but overshadowed by disappointment. Nothing about acceptance prevents you from building something different moving forward. It simply removes the emotional weight that was slowing you down. You are no longer trying to correct a past that cannot be edited. You are free to shape the future with the clarity gained from everything you have lived. Tonight, you allow reality to be enough. Not perfect, not exactly what you envisioned, but real, and therefore something you can actually engage with. You release the silent protest against how things turned out and replace it with a quieter understanding that life is not obligated to follow your preferences in order to hold meaning. The past no longer needs defending, revising, or resisting. It can remain where it is, while you move forward without the constant echo of what should have been. And in that release, peace arrives, not as a reward, but as a natural result of finally putting down an argument you were never meant to win. You are still here, still capable of calm, still able to rest without rewriting the story first. Tonight, that is enough. And as the argument with the past finally quiets, another belief begins to loosen. The idea that if you can just control enough, predict enough, prepare enough, nothing will hurt you again. It sounds reasonable on the surface. After all, control feels like protection. But tonight is not about tightening your grip on life. It is about discovering how much tension was created by trying to hold everything together all the time. Control often begins as a response to uncertainty. When something painful or unexpected happens, the mind looks for ways to prevent it from happening again. It starts monitoring details, planning outcomes, rehearsing conversations, anticipating problems before they exist. This vigilance feels responsible, even wise. Yet beneath it is fear. The fear that without constant oversight, life will unravel. Over time, this fear turns into a habit of managing everything, even things that were never yours to manage. The illusion is that control creates safety. In reality, it often creates exhaustion, because the more you try to control, the more you notice how much remains unpredictable. Other people's reactions, timing, opportunities, health, change itself. None of these obey careful planning. When control fails, it can feel like personal failure, as if you simply did not try hard enough. But some things resist control, not because you lacked effort, but because they were never controllable to begin with. There is also a quiet cost to living this way. When you are focused on preventing problems, you are rarely present for peace. Your mind scans for threats even in calm moments, unable to relax because it believes relaxation invites danger. You may find it difficult to enjoy what is going well because part of you is preparing for when it stops. This constant readiness keeps the nervous system alert, turning ordinary days into silent battles. Dropping the illusion does not mean becoming careless or passive. It means recognizing the boundary between what you can influence and what you cannot. You can guide your actions, your responses, your intentions, but you cannot guarantee outcomes. Accepting this boundary is not weakness, it is clarity. It allows you to focus your energy where it actually makes a difference instead of scattering it across endless worries. The Stoics built their philosophy around this distinction. They understood that peace grows when you invest effort only in what belongs to you, your character, your choices, your perspective. Everything else is allowed to unfold according to forces beyond your command. When you stop trying to manage the uncontrollable, the pressure inside you begins to ease. You no longer carry responsibility for the entire world, only for your own conduct within it. As the night deepens, notice what it feels like to release the constant need to anticipate every possibility. The mind slows because it no longer has to simulate future disasters. The body softens because it no longer braces for impact that has not arrived. You begin to trust that you can handle whatever comes, not because you predicted it, but because you will meet it when it appears. There is a quiet freedom in allowing life to be uncertain. It opens space for spontaneity, curiosity, even moments of joy that planning could never manufacture. When you stop gripping the wheel so tightly, you discover that not every turn leads to danger. Some lead to experiences you could not have designed, but are grateful to encounter. You may also notice how relationships change when control loosens. You listen more, demand less, allow others to be themselves without trying to steer them toward your expectations. This creates connection based on acceptance rather than management. It feels lighter, more genuine, less tense. Nothing important is lost when you release the illusion of control. You still act, still care, still prepare where it makes sense. But the frantic edge disappears. Your actions come from intention rather than fear. Your calm does not depend on everything going according to plan. Tonight, you allow the world to spin without trying to hold it steady. You step out of the role of constant protector against uncertainty. You trust that safety is not built from controlling everything, but from knowing you can remain steady even when things change. And in that trust, something deeply restorative unfolds. The realization that peace was never found in control, but in acceptance. The night holds that acceptance gently, asking nothing except that you rest inside it for a while, free from the exhausting belief that you must manage everything to be safe. You can let go now. The world will continue, and you will meet tomorrow with strength that comes not from control, but from calm. And as the grip of control begins to loosen, the mind may reach for one last form of certainty: answers. Because if control promises safety, answers promise closure. They suggest that if you could just understand everything, the unease would disappear. But tonight is not about solving every mystery. It is about finding peace in the spaces where explanations never arrive. Some questions linger long after the events that created them. Why did it happen that way? Why did they change? Why did something meaningful end without warning? These questions echo not because they demand logic, but because they carry emotion that never found a place to settle. The mind searches for answers as a way to soothe the discomfort of not knowing. It hopes that clarity will quiet the feeling, that understanding will restore a sense of order. Yet life does not always offer explanations. People act from motives they do not fully understand themselves. Circumstances unfold through chains of events too complex to trace back to a single reason. Timing interferes. Opportunities shift. Silence replaces communication. In many cases, there is no clean answer waiting to be discovered. Only layers of uncertainty that cannot be simplified into something satisfying. Holding on to unanswered questions can quietly drain your energy. The mind circles them, revisits them, tries different interpretations, imagines hidden meanings behind ordinary events. It becomes a form of mental pacing, as if constant movement might eventually uncover what still feels missing. But the search itself keeps the wound open, preventing the calm that acceptance could bring. Accepting that some questions will never be answered is not surrendering to confusion. It is recognizing that your peace does not depend on complete understanding. You are allowed to move forward even without the full story. You are allowed to stop investigating the past as if it were a problem that must be solved before you can rest. There is also a quiet humility in accepting uncertainty. It reminds you that not everything in life is meant to be explained or controlled. Some experiences exist simply as they are, without narrative clarity. When you release the need for answers, you begin to trust your ability to live with ambiguity rather than fighting against it. The Stoics believed that wisdom includes knowing when a question is no longer useful. If an answer cannot change your present actions or bring meaningful insight, continuing to search for it only prolongs suffering. Turning your attention back to what you can influence restores balance. It shifts your focus from what is missing to what is still possible. As the night deepens, notice how the questions feel when you stop chasing them. They become quieter, less urgent, less demanding. They no longer dominate the silence. Instead of pressing forward, the mind settles back, allowing the unknown to remain unknown without panic. You may discover that acceptance does not erase curiosity, but it softens its edge. The questions can exist without controlling you. They become part of your story rather than obstacles to your peace. Over time, their emotional charge fades, leaving behind only a distant sense of wonder about how life unfolded the way it did. Nothing essential about you is incomplete because some answers never came. Your growth did not depend on perfect clarity. Your strength did not come from solving every mystery. It came from continuing despite uncertainty, from learning to stand steady even when the ground felt unclear. Tonight, you release the expectation that understanding must precede peace. You allow the unanswered to rest where they are, outside the circle of what you need to carry. You stop interrogating the past for information it cannot provide and return your attention to the present, where life is still unfolding. The silence that follows is not empty. It is spacious. It holds possibility instead of confusion, calm instead of urgency. You begin to feel how much lighter the mind becomes when it is not burdened by questions that have no resolution. You are still whole, even without every explanation. Still capable of rest, still capable of clarity in the areas that matter. The unknown does not diminish your stability. It simply reminds you that life is larger than what can be understood. And in that realization, peace arrives quietly, settling into the space where questions once echoed, asking nothing except that you allow yourself to stop searching for a while. And as the unanswered questions begin to fade into the background, another restless pattern reveals itself. The quiet habit of replaying conversations long after they have ended. Words spoken hours ago, days ago, sometimes years ago, looping in your mind as if one more review might change how they landed. Tonight is not about analyzing every exchange. It is about stepping out of the echo chamber of your own thoughts and letting silence finally be silence. Replaying conversations often starts as a search for reassurance. Did you say too much? Not enough. Did they misunderstand? Did you miss something hidden in their tone? The mind scans each detail, trying to decode what it might have meant, hoping to prevent future mistakes. It feels responsible, even thoughtful. But beneath it is anxiety, the fear of being judged, rejected, or seen in a way that does not match who you intended to be. Over time, this habit turns ordinary interactions into mental marathons. Instead of moving on, you carry every conversation with you, editing lines, imagining better responses, anticipating how it might be remembered. You become both participant and critic, replaying scenes that no one else is thinking about anymore. What was meant to last a few minutes stretches into hours of unnecessary tension. The truth is that most people are too occupied with their own concerns to examine your words as closely as you do. They move on, distracted by their own responsibilities, emotions, and conversations. The pressure you feel exists mostly inside your own mind. You are holding on to something that has already dissolved for everyone else. Replaying also creates the illusion that control can be regained. If you analyze the interaction enough, maybe you can prepare for the next one, avoid embarrassment, ensure approval. But life does not follow scripts. Conversations are unpredictable because they involve multiple perspectives, emotions, and assumptions. No amount of rehearsal can guarantee a perfect exchange. There is a deeper cost to this habit. It keeps you anchored to the past instead of present for what is happening now. You may miss moments of calm because your attention is stuck in a conversation that is already over. You may feel tension in your body without realizing it comes from mental repetition, not current circumstances. The mind treats the memory as if it is still unfolding, triggering the same emotional reactions again and again. Ending this habit begins with recognizing that conversations are not contracts you must review for accuracy. They are living moments that pass once they occur. Some will feel smooth, others awkward, some misunderstood, some incomplete. None of them define your worth. They are simply interactions between imperfect people navigating imperfect situations. The Stoics encouraged a focus on intention rather than outcome. If you spoke with honesty, listened as best you could, and acted without malice, then the rest is outside your control. How your words were interpreted belongs to the other person's perspective, not to your responsibility. Releasing ownership of their reaction frees you from endless analysis. As the night deepens, notice what happens when you let the conversation drift away without pulling it back. The mind may try to return to it out of habit, but each time you gently redirect your attention to the present, the loop weakens. Eventually, the silence feels natural instead of uncomfortable. You may discover that stillness is not empty after all. It is restful. Without the constant playback, your thoughts become slower, less crowded. Your body softens because it is no longer reacting to imagined scenarios. You begin to trust that you do not need to perfect every past interaction to deserve peace. Nothing important is gained by revisiting what cannot be changed. The lesson, if there was one, has already been absorbed. Continuing to replay it only reopens tension without adding clarity. Peace grows when you allow moments to remain finished. Tonight, you step out of the endless review and into quiet acceptance. Conversations can end without analysis. Silence can exist without filling it with mental commentary. You are allowed to rest without preparing for tomorrow's dialogue in advance. What remains is not emptiness, but calm awareness. The kind that comes when your mind is no longer chasing echoes. You are here, in the present, free from the loop of words that no longer need your attention. And in that freedom, the night becomes gentler, holding you in a space where nothing needs to be explained, corrected, or replayed. Just quiet, steady rest, exactly as it was meant to be. And as the echoes of old conversations finally fall silent, another quiet realization begins to surface. The distance between the person you are now and the person you once believed you would become. Not in a harsh way, not as failure, but as a gentle awareness that life took turns you never predicted. Tonight is not about judging that difference. It is about releasing the version of the future that no longer fits the reality of who you are. There was a time when the path ahead felt clear. You pictured where you would be, what you would achieve, how your life would look once everything came together. That vision carried hope, motivation, even comfort during uncertain moments. It gave you something to move toward, something to measure progress against. But the future you imagined was built from limited experience, shaped by dreams that had not yet been tested by reality. As life unfolded, new responsibilities appeared. Unexpected losses reshaped priorities. Opportunities shifted direction. Some dreams evolved, others quietly faded. Yet part of you may still hold on to that original picture, comparing your present life to a blueprint drawn by a younger version of yourself. This comparison can create a subtle sense of disappointment, even when you have grown in ways that version of you could never have imagined. Letting go of who you thought you would become does not mean giving up on growth. It means acknowledging that growth rarely looks the way you expected. The strength you gained may not be the kind you once admired. The wisdom you carry may not come with visible achievements. The peace you seek now may matter more than the recognition you once chased. You did not become less, you became different. There is also a quiet grief in releasing that imagined future, not because it was guaranteed, but because it represented possibility. Saying goodbye to it can feel like closing a door on a life that might have been easier or more exciting. But holding on to it keeps you divided between what is and what never was. Peace returns when you allow your energy to belong fully to the present instead of stretching between two timelines. The Stoics understood that identity should not depend on outcomes beyond your control. They focused on the quality of character developed through experience rather than the external shape of success. When you adopt this perspective, your life stops being evaluated by how closely it matches an old plan and starts being appreciated for the resilience, clarity, and depth you have gained along the way. As the night deepens, notice how much tension came from trying to reconcile who you are with who you expected to be. That tension dissolves when you stop demanding alignment between them. You allow the person you have become to stand on their own without needing approval from the past. You may discover qualities in yourself that were never part of the original vision but are valuable in ways you did not anticipate. Patience, empathy, adaptability, the ability to endure and still remain kind. These are not signs that your life went off course. They are signs that you lived fully, responding to circumstances rather than resisting them. Nothing is wasted when you release the imagined future. The hopes you once held still contributed to your journey. They pushed you forward, shaped your decisions, taught you what truly matters. Their purpose was not to become permanent destinations, but to guide you until new understanding emerged. Tonight, you allow the old image of yourself to rest, not as something rejected, but as something completed. You thank it for the direction it once provided and gently set it down, making space for the person you are now to move freely without comparison. What remains is a quieter sense of identity, one rooted in presence rather than projection. You are no longer chasing a distant version of yourself. You are meeting life as it unfolds with openness instead of expectation. And in that release, something steady takes hold, a calm recognition that your worth was never tied to becoming a specific person. It was always present in your willingness to continue growing, adapting, and learning through whatever came your way. The night holds that understanding softly, reminding you that you are not behind, not lost, not unfinished. You are simply evolving in ways that could never have been planned. And that is not something to mourn. It is something to accept with quiet respect for the path you have walked. And as you release the image of who you were supposed to become, another quiet strength begins to take shape. the ability to step back from what no longer nourishes you, even when nothing on the outside has changed yet. Because sometimes the most powerful form of leaving does not involve distance, explanations, or visible action. It happens quietly within you. Tonight is not about abandoning anything in anger. It is about discovering the calm that comes from no longer being emotionally entangled. There are situations where you cannot simply walk away physically. Responsibilities, shared spaces, unfinished obligations, or complicated ties keep you present even when your heart has already grown tired. In those moments, the mind keeps reacting as if escape is the only form of relief. But there is another way, a quieter withdrawal that does not depend on changing your location, only your attachment. Walking away internally begins with recognizing what no longer deserves your emotional investment. The arguments that repeat without resolution, the expectations that never align with your well-being, the roles that drain more than they give back. You may still show up, still fulfill what is necessary, still act with respect, but something shifts inside. You stop absorbing everything as if it were your responsibility to carry. This shift can feel unfamiliar at first, even uncomfortable. Part of you may worry that stepping back emotionally means becoming cold or indifferent. But detachment is not the absence of care. It is the presence of boundaries. It allows you to remain kind without sacrificing your stability. You are no longer pulled into every storm simply because it passes through your environment. There is also a quiet clarity that emerges when you stop trying to change what refuses to change. You see patterns more clearly because you are no longer inside them. You recognize which struggles were never yours to solve. This clarity reduces frustration, replacing it with acceptance. Instead of reacting, you observe. Instead of absorbing tension, you let it pass through without taking root. The Stoics practiced this kind of inner distance deliberately. They understood that external circumstances are not always under your control, but your response to them is. By shifting attention inward, they preserved their peace even in difficult environments. They did not wait for perfect conditions to feel calm. They created calm by adjusting their perspective. As the night deepens, notice how much energy was tied to trying to fix situations that were not ready to change. That energy begins to return to you when you step back. You no longer chase resolution where none is possible. You conserve your strength for what truly matters, your health, your clarity, your ability to remain steady. Walking away internally also frees you from the need for closure. You stop expecting a final moment that justifies your decision to detach. The justification becomes unnecessary because the peace you feel is proof enough. You do not need agreement from others to know that something inside you has shifted. You may still care about the people involved. You may still hope for improvement, but your well-being is no longer dependent on those outcomes. This independence reduces anxiety because your stability is anchored within you rather than in external change. Nothing dramatic needs to happen for this strength to exist. It is quiet, almost invisible, yet deeply transformative. You respond instead of react. You participate without losing yourself. You remain present without being consumed. Tonight, you allow yourself to step back from the emotional weight of situations you cannot control. You do not carry them into your rest. You do not rehearse tomorrow's challenges. You simply acknowledge that you have done enough for now. And in that acknowledgement, peace returns, not as escape, but as balance. You are still here, still capable, still connected to life, but no longer trapped inside what once drained you. The strength in walking away internally is not about distance from others, it is about closeness to yourself. A quiet loyalty to your own calm. A decision to protect your inner world even when the outer one remains complicated. As the night holds you in stillness, that strength settles gently into place, reminding you that you can remain grounded anywhere, not because the world is easy, but because you no longer give it the power to pull you apart from within. And as you settle into the quiet strength of stepping back internally, another subtle attachment begins to loosen. The desire to leave a lasting impression, to make sure your presence is not forgotten, to matter in ways that echo long after you are gone. Because beneath many of our efforts lies a quiet hope that someone will remember us, speak our name, hold on to what we did or who we were. Tonight is not about erasing your significance. It is about discovering the peace that comes when you no longer measure your life by how long it will be remembered. The need to be remembered often grows from a fear of fading into the background, of living a life that passes without acknowledgement. You may feel pressure to achieve something visible, to create something lasting, to leave proof that you were here and that your existence meant something. This pressure can shape decisions, pushing you toward paths that promise recognition rather than fulfillment. Yet recognition is fragile. It depends on the attention of others, on circumstances you cannot control, on time that eventually reshapes everything. History is filled with people who were once celebrated and are now barely recalled. Entire lives of effort reduced to brief mentions or forgotten entirely. This is not a tragedy. It is the natural movement of time. New generations arrive with new priorities, new stories, new concerns. What remains meaningful is not whether you are remembered widely, but whether you lived sincerely while you were here. Releasing the need to be remembered shifts your focus from legacy to presence. Instead of asking how you will be seen in the future, you begin to ask how you are living now. You stop performing for an imagined audience and start acting from genuine intention. Kindness becomes quieter because it no longer seeks recognition. Effort becomes steadier because it is no longer tied to applause. There is also a deep relief in accepting that your worth does not depend on permanence. You do not need to leave a mark on the world to justify your existence. Your experiences, your relationships, the moments of care you offered, these mattered even if they leave no permanent trace. Meaning does not require monument. It exists in the way you lived, not in how long it is remembered. The Stoics often reflected on the vastness of time to remind themselves how small any individual reputation truly is. This was not meant to diminish life, but to free it from unnecessary pressure. When you realize that fame, recognition, and remembrance are temporary, you stop chasing them and start valuing what is within your reach: integrity, compassion, calm. As the night deepens, notice how much tension dissolves when you release the need to be remembered. You no longer feel compelled to prove your importance. You allow yourself to exist without performance, without comparison, without the constant question of whether your life measures up to some lasting standard. You may find that relationships become more authentic as well. When you are not trying to secure a place in someone's memory, you are free to simply share the moment with them. Conversations feel lighter. Acts of care feel purer. You give without calculating how it will be recalled later. Nothing about your life loses value because it is temporary. In fact, impermanence gives it depth. Moments become precious precisely because they cannot be repeated indefinitely. Presence becomes more meaningful when it is not overshadowed by the desire for permanence. Tonight, you allow yourself to live without the burden of legacy. You release the quiet fear of being forgotten and replace it with a calm acceptance that being here, fully aware, fully engaged in this moment, is already enough. What remains is a gentle sense of freedom, the freedom to move through life without needing to leave footprints that last forever. You can simply walk, experience, connect, and rest, knowing that meaning is found in living, not in being remembered. And in that quiet understanding, peace settles in deeply, steady and unhurried, reminding you that you do not have to echo through time to matter. You only have to be present now. And as the need to be remembered fades into something quieter, another bond may begin to loosen. The invisible ties of loyalty to people, roles, and identities that once defined you. Not loyalty born from love or respect, but loyalty maintained out of habit, guilt, or fear of disappointing those who knew you before you changed. Tonight is not about betrayal. It is about recognizing that growth sometimes requires leaving behind versions of yourself that others were comfortable with. Old loyalties can feel sacred because they are tied to history. Shared struggles, long friendships, family expectations, environments that shaped you. These connections often formed when you were still discovering who you were, when your boundaries were less clear and your needs less understood. Over time, you evolved. Your priorities shifted, your understanding deepened. Yet part of you may still feel obligated to remain the same person for the sake of consistency. This obligation can create quiet tension. You may notice yourself shrinking back into old patterns around certain people, agreeing to things that no longer align with your values, tolerating dynamics that drain you simply because they are familiar. The mind calls this loyalty. But loyalty that requires you to abandon your well-being is not devotion. It is fear disguised as duty. Allowing yourself to outgrow old loyalties means accepting that relationships and roles were built for who you were then, not necessarily for who you are now. Growth changes the shape of connection. Some bonds strengthen because they adapt. Others loosen because they cannot stretch without breaking. Neither outcome makes you ungrateful or disloyal. It reflects the natural movement of life. There may also be guilt attached to stepping back. A quiet voice suggesting that you owe something to those who were part of your past, that leaving familiar roles makes you selfish or cold. But gratitude does not require permanent attachment. You can appreciate what someone contributed to your life without remaining bound to the dynamic forever. Respect for the past does not mean sacrificing the present. The Stoics believed that true loyalty begins with alignment to your own principles. If staying in a situation forces you to act against your values, the loyalty becomes misplaced. You cannot offer genuine care to others if you are constantly betraying yourself. By honoring your growth, you create the possibility for healthier connections that reflect who you have become. As the night deepens, notice how much energy was spent maintaining roles that no longer felt authentic. The effort to keep everyone comfortable, to avoid conflict, to preserve an image of consistency. When you release that effort, your energy returns to you. You feel lighter, more centered, less divided between who you are and who you feel expected to be. You may discover that some people respond with understanding when you step into your new boundaries. Others may resist, not because they wish you harm, but because change disrupts what felt predictable. Their discomfort is not proof that you are doing something wrong. It is simply evidence that growth alters familiar patterns. Nothing meaningful about your past relationships is erased by evolving. The memories remain, the lessons remain, the appreciation remains. Only the obligation fades, the sense that you must remain unchanged to honor what once was. Tonight, you give yourself permission to move forward without dragging outdated loyalties behind you. You are allowed to redefine your commitments based on who you are now, not who you used to be. You are allowed to choose peace over familiarity, authenticity over obligation. What remains is a quieter, more honest form of connection, one that does not rely on pretending, one that allows space for both you and others to grow in different directions without resentment. And in that quiet permission, peace settles in again, steady and grounding, reminding you that loyalty to your own well-being is not abandonment of others. It is the foundation that allows every future relationship to be built on truth instead of fear. As the night holds you in stillness, you realize that growth is not something to apologize for. It is something to accept with calm confidence, knowing that outgrowing what once fit is simply part of becoming who you were meant to be. And as you loosen the grip of old loyalties, another quiet habit begins to fade. The urge to measure your life against the pace of everyone else's. Because comparison rarely announces itself loudly, it slips in through small thoughts, through questions about where you should be by now, through the uneasy feeling that time is moving differently for you than it is for others. Tonight is not about catching up. It is about stepping out of a race that was never truly yours. There is a subtle pressure in the modern world to believe that life follows a fixed schedule, certain milestones by certain ages, progress that can be charted neatly from one stage to the next. When your path diverges from that pattern, it can feel like you missed a signal everyone else received. You may find yourself wondering why things took longer, why opportunities arrived later, why clarity came after confusion rather than before it. Comparison turns time into an enemy. Instead of experiencing your life as it unfolds, you evaluate it constantly, scanning for evidence that you are on track. Social images of success intensify this feeling, presenting polished versions of other people's journeys without showing the struggles, detours, or delays behind them. What you compare is your full reality against someone else's highlight, which makes your own path seem slower, heavier, less certain. But timelines are shaped by circumstances no one else shares exactly. Your challenges, responsibilities, lessons, and turning points created a rhythm unique to you. What took you longer may have built strength someone else never needed to develop. What arrived later may be appreciated more deeply because of what you endured beforehand. Delay does not mean deficiency. It often means preparation in disguise. Letting go of comparison restores a sense of dignity to your journey. You stop treating your life as a project that must meet external deadlines and start seeing it as a process unfolding at its own pace. You realize that meaning is not tied to speed. Some of the most important growth happens slowly, quietly, without visible milestones to mark it. The Stoics understood that time is not something you control, only something you participate in. When you accept this, urgency softens. You no longer rush experiences that need time to mature. You no longer resent the seasons of waiting that shaped your patience and resilience. You begin to trust that each phase had a purpose, even if it was not obvious at the moment. As the night deepens, notice how much tension came from comparing your internal life to external timelines. That tension dissolves when you allow your pace to be your own. The pressure to accelerate disappears. The fear of being left behind fades, replaced by the calm recognition that there was never a universal schedule to begin with. You may discover that freedom in your timing opens space for curiosity again. Without the burden of comparison, you can explore what genuinely matters to you instead of chasing what appears impressive to others. Decisions become more grounded because they are guided by alignment rather than urgency. Nothing about your life is diminished because it unfolded differently than someone else's. Your experiences have shaped a perspective that cannot be replicated. Your path has depth because of its detours, wisdom because of its pauses, strength because of its challenges. Tonight, you release the invisible stopwatch that has been measuring your worth against an imagined timeline. You allow yourself to exist without racing toward validation. You accept that progress is not always visible and that growth often happens beneath the surface before it shows itself in the world. What remains is a quieter relationship with time, one based on presence rather than pressure. You are here now, breathing, aware, still capable of change, still open to possibility. That is not late. That is life continuing. And in that quiet acceptance, peace settles in gently, reminding you that your journey was never meant to mirror anyone else's. It was meant to be lived, step by step, in the only time that truly belongs to you, this moment. And as the pressure of timelines fades into the background, another hidden weight begins to surface. The belief that one day everything will be redeemed in a single perfect moment. A future where all mistakes are corrected, all regrets balanced out, all pain transformed into something clean and meaningful. It is a comforting fantasy, the idea that one decisive breakthrough will rewrite the past and restore a sense of justice to your story. Tonight is not about waiting for that moment. It is about freeing yourself from the expectation that healing must arrive as a dramatic turning point. The fantasy of perfect redemption often grows from regret. You replay choices, missed opportunities, times you wish you had known better. Part of you hopes for a chance to make it right in a way that cancels out what happened. You imagine a scenario where everything aligns, where you finally prove to yourself and others that you are not defined by those earlier chapters. This hope can feel motivating, but it also keeps you anchored to the past, postponing peace until a future event that may never come. Life rarely offers clean resolutions. Growth happens in uneven steps, small corrections, quiet improvements that do not erase what came before, but slowly reshape what comes next. Waiting for a perfect redemption keeps you focused on a single outcome instead of appreciating the gradual progress already unfolding. It turns healing into a performance rather than a process. There is also a hidden harshness in this fantasy. It suggests that you must achieve something extraordinary to deserve peace, that ordinary progress is not enough, that your past requires compensation rather than understanding. This mindset keeps you locked in self-judgment, always measuring yourself against an imagined standard of transformation. Abandoning this fantasy does not mean giving up on change. It means recognizing that redemption is not a destination, but a direction. Every time you choose honesty over avoidance, patience over reaction, compassion over resentment, you are already moving toward healing. These moments may not feel dramatic, but they are real, sustainable, and deeply meaningful. The Stoics believed that character is shaped by consistent action, not by a single defining event. They valued daily discipline over sudden transformation. When you adopt this perspective, you stop waiting for a moment that will fix everything and start valuing the quiet stability you build over time. Redemption becomes less about proving something and more about living differently from this point forward. As the night deepens, Notice how much relief comes from letting go of the need for a grand resolution. You no longer feel pressured to rewrite your story in one sweeping act. You allow the past to remain part of you without demanding that it justify itself through future success. You may discover that acceptance creates more peace than correction ever could. When you stop fighting to make the past look different, you reclaim the energy that was trapped in that struggle. You begin to see that nothing meaningful about you depends on achieving a perfect ending. Nothing about your worth requires redemption. You were never meant to become flawless to deserve calm. The mistakes, confusion, and imperfect decisions were part of learning how to live, not evidence that you must compensate forever. Tonight, you release the image of a future moment that will finally make everything right. You step out of the story where you must redeem yourself and into the present, where you are simply allowed to be a person still growing, still learning, still worthy of rest. What remains is quieter but more stable, a sense that healing does not arrive as applause or dramatic closure, but as a gradual softening of tension, a growing compassion for the person you were, and a steady commitment to the person you are becoming. And in that quiet shift, peace settles in once again, not as a reward for perfection, but as a natural state that emerges when you stop demanding that life resolve itself according to a script. As the night holds you in stillness, you realize that redemption was never something you had to earn through a single act. It has been unfolding all along, in the quiet ways you continued despite everything, in the simple courage of choosing to keep moving forward. And as the illusion of a perfect redemption dissolves, another hidden burden begins to surface. The quiet sense that you owe something to people, situations, or versions of yourself that no longer exist. Not a real debt written on paper, but an emotional one. A feeling that you must keep giving, keep apologizing, keep showing up because of something that happened long ago. Tonight is not about denying kindness or responsibility. It is about recognizing the difference between genuine care and guilt that has outlived its purpose. Emotional debts often begin in moments of vulnerability. Someone helped you when you were struggling. Someone stayed when others left. Someone sacrificed something for you or made you feel seen when you needed it most. Gratitude for those moments is natural, but over time, gratitude can quietly transform into obligation, especially if you fear losing the connection that formed around that support. You start to believe that you must always be available, always accommodating, always loyal, even when the relationship becomes heavy or unbalanced. There are also debts that were never explicitly asked for, yet you carry them as if they were contracts. Expectations from family, pressure from past roles, guilt from decisions that affected others. You may feel responsible for emotions that were never yours to manage, as if your peace depends on keeping everyone else comfortable. This creates a constant background tension, a sense that rest must be earned through endless giving. Letting go of emotional debts begins with a simple truth. Gratitude does not require permanent sacrifice. You can appreciate what someone did for you without surrendering your future to repay it indefinitely. Support given freely is not meant to become a chain. It was meant to help you stand, not to keep you tied to the past. The Stoics believe that obligations should be guided by reason and fairness, not by fear or guilt. When you examine what you feel you owe, you may discover that much of it was assumed rather than agreed upon. You were trying to preserve harmony, avoid conflict, or prove your goodness. But peace built on self-neglect cannot last. As the night deepens, notice how much energy was spent honoring debts that no one is collecting. The mind keeps accounts that reality does not enforce. When you release these imagined balances, a quiet relief spreads through you. You realize that you are allowed to care without being consumed, to help without losing yourself, to step back without betraying your values. You may also feel resistance at first, as if letting go makes you ungrateful or selfish. But self-respect is not selfishness. It is the foundation that allows your kindness to remain genuine instead of resentful. When you give from a place of choice rather than obligation, your actions carry warmth instead of strain. Nothing meaningful about your past support disappears when you stop overpaying for it. The gratitude remains, the memory remains, the respect remains. Only the burden fades. The belief that you must keep compensating for something that has already been acknowledged. Tonight, you release the invisible ledger you have been carrying. You stop calculating how much you owe and to whom. You allow your relationships to exist in the present instead of being bound by old emotional transactions. What remains is lighter, simpler, more honest. You are free to show up as you are now, not as someone trying to repay a debt that never had an endpoint. You are free to rest without feeling that rest must be justified. And in that freedom, peace settles in again, steady and quiet, reminding you that your life is not a repayment plan. It is an experience meant to be lived with balance, with care, with the understanding that kindness offered once does not obligate you forever. As the night holds you in calm, you realize that you were never meant to carry those debts into every tomorrow. They belong to a moment that has already passed. What belongs to you now is the space to breathe, to recover, to move forward without invisible chains pulling at your steps. And as the weight of emotional debts finally loosens, another quiet presence may rise to the surface, the regrets that were never spoken aloud. Not the ones you openly acknowledged, but the ones that stayed hidden, folded into silence, carried privately because you believed there was no point in expressing them. Tonight is not about reopening old wounds. It is about allowing those silent regrets to lose their grip without needing to rewrite the past. Unspoken regrets often linger because they never found closure. Words you wish you had said, chances you did not take. Apologies that remained trapped in hesitation. You may tell yourself that it is too late, that bringing them up would change nothing, so you carry them quietly instead. Yet silence does not dissolve regret. It preserves it, keeping it suspended in a space where it cannot heal. There is also a fear beneath these regrets. The fear that acknowledging them will confirm that something valuable was lost. So the mind keeps them at a distance, revisiting them only in moments of exhaustion or stillness, when defenses are low and memories become louder. These moments can feel heavy because the past appears suddenly close, as if it never truly moved on. The Stoic approach does not demand that you fix what cannot be fixed. It asks you to examine what regret is trying to teach. Regret often points to values that were not honored at the time. Honesty, courage, presence, kindness. It reveals the gap between who you were and who you were becoming. When seen this way, regret transforms from accusation into instruction. It becomes a guide for how to live differently now. Releasing unspoken regrets begins with quiet acknowledgement. You do not need witnesses. You do not need to dramatize it. Simply allowing yourself to admit what you wish had been different breaks the silence that kept it frozen. This acknowledgement is not weakness. It is clarity. As the night deepens, Notice how regret changes when you stop resisting it. Instead of replaying the event, you focus on what it showed you about your heart, your fears, your hopes at that time. You begin to understand that you acted with the awareness you had then, not the wisdom you gained later. Holding yourself accountable to knowledge you did not yet possess is a form of quiet cruelty. The Stoics believed that the past is beyond correction, but the present is always available for improvement. When you accept this, regret loses its power to punish. It becomes motivation to align your actions with your values from this moment forward. You cannot speak the words you once withheld, but you can speak honestly now. You cannot take the risk you once avoided, but you can choose courage in future decisions. There is also a gentle forgiveness that emerges when you view your past self with compassion instead of judgment. That version of you was navigating uncertainty, doing the best they could with limited understanding. They were not trying to create pain. They were trying to survive, to protect themselves, to make sense of what felt overwhelming. Nothing meaningful is gained by carrying regret as a permanent burden. The lesson remains even after the weight is released. In fact, the lesson becomes clearer when it is no longer clouded by self-blame. You begin to see how those experiences shaped your empathy, your awareness, your ability to recognize what truly matters. Tonight, you allow the unspoken regrets to surface gently, without resistance, without shame. You acknowledge them as part of your story, not as verdicts against your worth. You let them settle into the past where they belong, no longer demanding attention. What remains is quieter, a sense of maturity, of having walked through experiences that refined you rather than defined you. You are not the person who made those choices anymore. You are the person who learned from them. And in that realization, peace returns once again, soft and steady, reminding you that growth often comes disguised as regret until you understand its purpose. As the night holds you in stillness, you feel the past loosen its hold, not because it changed, but because you no longer need to carry it forward. What you carry now is wisdom, and wisdom is lighter than regret, easier to hold, easier to live with as you step into whatever tomorrow brings. And as unspoken regrets soften into quiet understanding, one final tension begins to ease. The belief that you should have done more, known more, been more than you were at the time. This belief can linger even after you forgive yourself, whispering that perhaps you could have prevented the outcome if only you had tried harder or seen clearer. Tonight is not about analyzing your past decisions again. It is about accepting a simple truth that the mind often resists. You acted with the awareness you had, not the wisdom you gained later. It is easy to look backward with the knowledge you carry now and judge your past self harshly. From this vantage point, the right path may seem obvious, the warning signs unmistakable, the better choices clear. But at the time, the situation felt different. You were navigating uncertainty, limited information, emotions that clouded perspective, pressures that influenced your judgment. You did not have the clarity you possess now, because clarity often comes only after experience. Holding yourself accountable for knowledge you did not yet have creates an impossible standard. It demands perfection from a version of you that was still learning. This expectation keeps you trapped in self-criticism, as if your past mistakes invalidate the effort you were making simply to move forward. But effort matters. Intention matters. Survival in difficult moments matters, even if the outcome was not ideal. Accepting that you did enough with what you knew does not mean ignoring responsibility. It means recognizing the context in which your decisions were made. You were responding to the information, emotions, and circumstances available to you then. You were doing your best to protect yourself, to maintain stability, to choose a direction when none felt completely safe. That is not failure. That is being human. The Stoics believed that wisdom grows through reflection, not through punishment. When you review your past with compassion instead of condemnation, you extract the lessons without carrying the pain unnecessarily. You begin to see your earlier choices as stepping stones rather than stains. Each decision, even the flawed ones, contributed to the understanding you have now. As the night deepens, notice how the weight of self-judgment begins to lift when you stop expecting your past self to have been someone else. You allow them to be exactly who they were: uncertain, hopeful, afraid, determined, imperfect. You acknowledge that they were trying, even when they stumbled. You recognize that without their attempts, you would not be here with the insight you now possess. There is also quiet dignity in accepting your limitations at the time. You did not control every factor. Other people's choices, unpredictable events, timing beyond your influence, all played roles in shaping what happened. Carrying sole responsibility for outcomes that involved many forces only deepens unnecessary guilt. Nothing meaningful about your growth is lost when you release the belief that you should have done more. In fact, growth becomes clearer because it is no longer overshadowed by shame. You see how far you have come instead of how far you think you fell short. Tonight, you allow your past efforts to be enough. You stop measuring them against impossible standards. You acknowledge the courage it took to keep going when you did not have certainty, the strength it took to make decisions without guarantees, the resilience it took to continue even when you doubted yourself. What remains is gentler. A sense of respect for the person you were and the journey you traveled. You no longer view your past as a list of mistakes to correct, but as a series of moments that shaped your understanding of life and yourself. And in that acceptance, peace settles in deeply, steady and reassuring, reminding you that you were never meant to navigate life with perfect knowledge. You were meant to learn as you moved, to adapt as you discovered, to grow through experience rather than avoid it. As the night holds you in calm stillness, you feel the last traces of self-blame loosen and drift away. You did enough. You tried with what you had. You moved forward with the awareness available to you then. Now, you are allowed to rest, not because everything was flawless, but because everything that happened brought you to a place where understanding is finally possible. And as acceptance settles over the past, another quiet pressure begins to dissolve. The sense that someone, somewhere, is watching your life and keeping score. Not real people standing in front of you, but imagined observers in your mind. Expectations formed from society, family voices carried from childhood, comparisons shaped by what success was supposed to look like. Tonight is not about proving anything to anyone. It is about realizing that most of the judgment you fear exists only in your own thoughts. The fear of disappointing invisible audiences can shape your choices without you noticing. You may hesitate to change direction because it would look inconsistent. You may continue paths that no longer fulfill you because turning away feels like failure in the eyes of people who are not even present. You may silence parts of yourself to maintain an image that was never truly yours. This fear creates a performance, a life lived for approval that never arrives in a way that feels complete. These invisible audiences are often echoes of real influences, teachers who define success narrowly, relatives who valued appearance over authenticity, cultural messages about what a meaningful life should look like. Over time, their voices blend into a single internal narrator, constantly evaluating whether you measure up. Even when those people are no longer around, the standard remains, shaping your sense of worth. Living under that gaze is exhausting because it requires constant self-monitoring. Every decision becomes a calculation about perception rather than alignment. You begin to ask what will look impressive instead of what will feel peaceful. The distance between who you are and who you present grows wider, creating tension that follows you even into quiet moments. Releasing this fear begins with recognizing that the audience was never truly there. Most people are absorbed in their own concerns, their own struggles, their own attempts to meet expectations they imagine others hold for them. The scrutiny you feel is largely self-generated, sustained by habits of comparison and self-judgment rather than actual observation. The Stoics encouraged focusing on what is within your control, your intentions, your actions, your character, rather than how those actions might be perceived. Reputation, approval, admiration are fragile because they depend on perspectives you cannot manage. Integrity, on the other hand, belongs entirely to you. When you shift your attention inward, the imagined audience fades. As the night deepens, notice how different it feels to make peace with your own standards instead of chasing external ones. The pressure to perform relaxes. You no longer need to justify your path to anyone who is not living it. You begin to trust your quiet preferences, your instincts, your sense of what matters. You may also realize that disappointing others, real or imagined, is sometimes the cost of living honestly. Growth often changes your direction, and not everyone will understand why. But understanding is not a requirement for authenticity. You are allowed to evolve without seeking permission from voices that only exist in memory or expectation. Nothing essential about your worth depends on maintaining a flawless image. You do not lose value by choosing peace over approval. You do not diminish your life by prioritizing what feels true over what looks impressive. Tonight, you step out of the spotlight of your own imagination. You allow yourself to exist without commentary, without evaluation, without the constant question of whether you are doing enough to satisfy unseen observers. What remains is quieter and more spacious, a sense that you are living for the experience itself, not for the approval it might generate. Decisions feel lighter because they are guided by sincerity instead of fear. And in that quiet freedom, peace settles in once again, steady and grounding, reminding you that your life was never meant to be a performance. It was meant to be lived, imperfectly, honestly, without the burden of pleasing audiences that were never truly watching. As the night holds you in stillness, you realize that the only presence you need to be at peace with is your own. And that realization, simple and profound, is enough to let you rest without pressure, without expectation, without fear. And as the pressure of invisible expectations fades into silence, what remains is something deeper and more personal. The quiet habit of punishing yourself for things that have already passed. Not through dramatic actions, but through harsh thoughts, denial of rest, refusal to feel peace, as if suffering were the only way to balance the scales. Tonight is not about deciding whether you deserved what happened. It is about recognizing that continuing to hurt yourself does not heal anything. It only extends the pain into places it no longer belongs. Self-punishment can be subtle. It hides in the way you replay mistakes long after the lesson has been learned, in the way you withhold kindness from yourself while offering it easily to others. In the way you dismiss your progress because part of you believes you have not earned relief yet. It feels like accountability, but it is actually a refusal to allow healing. Often, this pattern begins with the belief that pain proves responsibility. If you suffer enough, it shows that you care, that you understand the impact of what happened. Letting go can feel like disrespecting the seriousness of the past. So you hold on to guilt as a form of tribute, as if carrying it longer somehow makes things right. But guilt that never transforms into growth becomes a cage rather than a guide. The Stoics understood that regret should lead to correction, not to endless punishment. Once you have reflected, learned, and adjusted your actions, continuing to condemn yourself serves no purpose. It drains the energy needed to live better now. Wisdom requires closure, not prolonged self-attack. There is also a quiet misunderstanding behind self-punishment, the idea that you must suffer to deserve peace. But peace is not a reward handed out after enough pain. It is a state you allow when you stop resisting your own humanity. You were never meant to carry every mistake forever. You were meant to learn, to grow, and then to continue living with greater awareness. As the night deepens, notice how heavy the body feels when the mind is still fighting itself. Shoulders tense, breath shallow, thoughts circling the same accusations. When you decide to stop punishing yourself, even for a moment, the body responds immediately. The breath softens, the muscles loosen. The nervous system recognizes that the threat is no longer coming from within. Ending self-punishment also requires compassion for the version of you that made those decisions. That person was not trying to cause harm. They were navigating confusion, pressure, fear, or pain. They needed understanding, not condemnation. When you offer that understanding now, you close a wound that punishment could never heal. Nothing meaningful about your growth depends on carrying suffering forward. The lessons remain even when the pain is released. In fact, they become clearer because they are no longer entangled with shame. You can remember without reliving. You can acknowledge without accusing. Tonight, you allow this to be the moment where the punishment ends. Not because the past was perfect, but because continuing to hurt yourself will not change it. You set down the internal gavel, the quiet verdict you kept repeating in your thoughts. What remains is unfamiliar at first, a gentleness you may not have offered yourself in a long time. It feels almost undeserved, which is how you know it is necessary. You are learning to treat yourself with the same patience you would show someone else who was trying to heal. And in that gentleness, peace begins to settle deeply, steady and calm, reminding you that you are allowed to move forward without dragging chains behind you. You are allowed to rest without earning it through exhaustion. You are allowed to exist without constantly apologizing to your own past. As the night holds you in quiet stillness, you realize that forgiveness is not something granted once and then completed. It is a choice renewed each time the old accusations try to return. And tonight, you choose differently. You choose to release the punishment. You choose to let the healing stand on its own. You choose to rest, finally, without conditions. And as self-punishment loosens its grip, another quiet story begins to fade. The belief that you are late, that you missed your moment, that everyone else moved forward while you somehow stayed behind. This story can feel convincing because it is repeated so often in small ways, in passing thoughts, in comparisons you did not even mean to make. Tonight is not about proving that you are ahead or catching up to anyone. It is about stepping out of a timeline that was never meant to measure your worth. The feeling of being behind often comes from looking at life as a straight path with clear markers of progress. Certain achievements by certain ages, certain milestones reached in a specific order. When your journey unfolds differently, it can feel like you took a wrong turn while others stayed on course. But real lives are not straight lines. They are shaped by detours, pauses, unexpected responsibilities, moments of survival that never appear on anyone else's timeline. You may forget how much you carried while others were moving freely. Challenges that slowed you down also strengthened you in ways that cannot be seen from the outside. Time spent healing, adapting, or simply enduring was not wasted time. It was preparation. It was growth happening beneath the surface, invisible but real. Comparison makes progress feel smaller than it is. You overlook the distance you have already traveled because you are focused on where someone else appears to be standing. This creates a quiet dissatisfaction that follows you even when you accomplish something meaningful. Nothing feels like enough because the reference point keeps shifting. The Stoics believed that the only meaningful measure of progress is alignment with your own values. If you are becoming more honest, more resilient, more aware of what truly matters, then you are moving forward regardless of external markers. Growth of character does not follow a schedule. It unfolds at the pace required for genuine understanding. As the night deepens, notice how much tension comes from carrying the story that you are behind. It turns every moment into proof of delay instead of an opportunity for presence. When you release that story, time softens. The urgency to justify your place fades. You are no longer racing an invisible clock. You may begin to see your path with more compassion. The setbacks were not evidence of failure, but part of a different route. The pauses were not wasted, but necessary for recalibration. The confusion you experienced taught you what clarity actually feels like. Nothing about your life is diminished because it unfolded differently than expected. The wisdom you gained could not have been rushed. The perspective you now carry required time to develop. Even the moments that felt stagnant were shaping your ability to appreciate movement when it returned. Tonight, you allow yourself to exist without the label of being behind. You stop narrating your life as a delay and start experiencing it as a process still unfolding. You accept that there was never a universal pace you were required to match. What remains is quieter and more forgiving. A sense that you are exactly where your experiences have brought you. Not late, not lost, simply here. And here is enough to begin again, enough to continue, enough to rest without the pressure of catching up. And in that quiet acceptance, peace settles in gently, reminding you that life is not a competition of timing. It is a journey of awareness. Each step, no matter when it happens, belongs fully to you. As the night holds you in calm stillness, you realize that you were never behind. You were learning at the speed your life required. And now, free from that story, you can move forward without the weight of comparison, without the fear that time is running out, only with the steady understanding that your path has always been your own. And as the story of being behind dissolves into something gentler, another quiet habit begins to release. The constant scanning of other people's reactions, the subtle monitoring of what they might be thinking about you. Not because you are insecure, but because you learn to stay alert to approval and disapproval as a way to feel safe. Tonight is not about becoming indifferent to others. It is about stepping out of the exhausting role of managing how you are perceived. Monitoring others' opinions can become automatic. You notice small changes in tone, body language, pauses in conversation, messages left unanswered. The mind tries to interpret these signals, searching for hidden meanings, adjusting your behavior to avoid negative judgments. Over time, this vigilance turns into a quiet form of anxiety, keeping you on edge even in calm situations. Part of this habit comes from a deep desire to belong. Humans are wired for connection, and acceptance once meant survival. But in modern life, the same instinct can trap you in constant self-adjustment, as if every interaction were a test you must pass. You begin to prioritize harmony over honesty, approval over authenticity, silence over expression. The truth is that other people's opinions are shaped by their own experiences, moods, insecurities, and expectations. They change often, sometimes without reason, sometimes without awareness. Trying to manage them is like trying to control the weather. You may prepare for it, but you cannot direct it. When you stop monitoring every shift, you free yourself from a responsibility that was never yours. The Stoics believed that peace comes from focusing on what is within your control, your actions, your intentions, your character, rather than the judgments of others. Reputation is unstable because it depends on perspectives you cannot fully understand. But self-respect is steady because it grows from alignment with your values. As the night deepens, notice how your body relaxes when you stop anticipating evaluation. The shoulders drop, the breath deepens, the mind quiets. You are no longer rehearsing how you appear. You are simply present, unguarded, unmeasured. You may also discover that relationships become more authentic when you are not trying to manage perceptions. Conversations feel easier because you are listening instead of calculating. You express yourself without filtering every thought through imagined reactions. This honesty invites genuine connection rather than conditional approval. Nothing meaningful about your relationships requires constant self-monitoring. The people who truly value you respond to sincerity, not performance. And those who judge regardless of what you do cannot be satisfied by careful adjustment anyway. Freedom comes when you stop trying to win approval from perspectives that may never align with yours. Tonight, you allow yourself to exist without checking for reactions. You release the habit of scanning for signs of acceptance or rejection. You trust that your worth does not fluctuate based on passing opinions. What remains is calm and steady, a sense of being grounded in yourself rather than scattered across the expectations of others. You feel the space between stimulus and response, the freedom to choose how you engage instead of reacting automatically. And in that quiet space, peace settles in deeply, reminding you that you were never meant to carry everyone's perceptions in your mind. You were meant to live, to experience, to connect without the constant burden of evaluation. As the night holds you in stillness, you realize that you can care about people without surrendering your inner balance to their opinions. You can listen without absorbing every judgment. You can move through life guided by your own clarity rather than the shifting winds of approval. And that realization feels like freedom, quiet, steady, and finally, your own. And as the need to monitor others' opinions fades into the background, another quiet pressure begins to release. The constant urge to fix what feels broken, to step in, to carry responsibility for things that were never fully yours. Not because you wanted control, but because caring made you feel obligated to restore balance wherever you saw pain or disorder. Tonight is not about becoming passive. It is about recognizing that not everything requires your intervention to be at peace. The urge to fix everything often grows from empathy. You notice discomfort quickly. You sense tension in conversations, strain in relationships, chaos in situations that others seem able to ignore. Instead of stepping back, you move closer, believing that if you just try harder, think smarter, give more, you can prevent things from falling apart. At first, this feels like strength, but over time, it becomes exhaustion. Part of this habit comes from the belief that problems left unresolved will somehow become your fault. You may feel responsible for maintaining harmony, for smoothing over conflicts, for anticipating needs before they are expressed. When something goes wrong, your mind searches for ways you could have prevented it, even when the outcome depended on factors far beyond your reach. Yet not everything is yours to repair. Some situations belong to other people's growth, other people's choices, other people's timing. Intervening too much can actually prevent the lessons that were meant for them. It also deprives you of the energy needed to care for your own well-being. The Stoics believed that wisdom includes knowing where your influence ends. They focused on effort rather than outcome, understanding that you can act with integrity without guaranteeing results. This perspective allows you to offer help without attaching your peace to whether the problem disappears. As the night deepens, notice how heavy it feels to carry responsibility for everything around you. The mind remains alert, scanning for what needs correction next, rarely allowing itself to rest. When you release that responsibility, even briefly, the body softens. You realize how long you have been holding tension in anticipation of the next crisis. Letting go of the urge to fix everything does not mean you stop caring. It means you choose where your care is most effective. You help when you can, but you do not sacrifice yourself trying to control outcomes that are not yours to determine. You allow space for others to navigate their own paths, even if those paths include mistakes or discomfort. You may also discover that some problems resolve themselves when you stop interfering. Time, perspective, and natural consequences can create clarity that forced solutions could not. Trusting this process requires patience, but it frees you from the illusion that you must hold everything together. Nothing meaningful about your compassion is lost when you set boundaries around your responsibility. In fact, your kindness becomes more sustainable because it is no longer driven by urgency or fear. You give from steadiness rather than depletion. Tonight, you allow yourself to step back from the role of constant fixer. You acknowledge that your presence alone, calm and grounded, is sometimes more valuable than any solution you could impose. You stop searching for problems to solve and simply allow the moment to exist as it is. What remains is a quieter form of strength, the ability to witness without absorbing, to care without controlling, to support without overextending. You feel the difference between involvement and entanglement, between compassion and responsibility. And in that quiet balance, peace settles in once again, steady and reassuring, reminding you that the world does not require you to hold it together alone. You are allowed to rest, to release, to trust that life will continue unfolding even when you are not actively repairing it. As the night holds you in stillness, you realize that letting go of this urge does not diminish your value. It restores your energy. It returns you to yourself. And in that return, you find a calm that was always there, waiting for you to stop trying to fix everything long enough to feel it. And as the urge to fix everything finally loosens, another deeper habit begins to surface. The constant need to know what will happen next, to feel certain before you allow yourself to relax. Not because you are controlling, but because uncertainty has felt like danger for so long. You learn to prepare, to predict, to plan for every possible outcome so nothing could catch you off guard. Tonight is not about abandoning responsibility. It is about discovering that peace does not require guarantees. The addiction to certainty often hides behind productivity and caution. You double-check decisions, rehearse conversations, analyze possibilities, searching for the safest path before you move forward. It feels wise, even necessary. But the search for complete certainty never ends because life does not provide it. Every answer leads to new questions. Every plan faces unexpected variables. Every sense of security eventually shifts. Living this way keeps the mind in a state of constant vigilance. Even when nothing is wrong, you anticipate what could go wrong. You delay rest until everything feels resolved, yet resolution never fully arrives. The future becomes something to manage instead of something to experience. In trying to prevent discomfort, you create a different kind of tension, the exhaustion of always bracing for impact. Certainty promises safety, but it quietly takes freedom. It narrows your choices to only what feels predictable, preventing growth that requires stepping into the unknown. It makes spontaneity feel risky and change feel threatening. Yet some of the most meaningful moments in life happen precisely because they were not planned. The Stoics understood that uncertainty is not an obstacle to peace, but a condition of existence. They trained themselves to focus on preparation of character rather than prediction of events. Instead of asking what will happen, they asked how they would respond if it did. This shift transforms uncertainty from a threat into a space where resilience can operate. As the night deepens, notice how the body relaxes when you stop trying to foresee everything. The mind slows because it is no longer racing ahead of the present moment. You realize that right now, in this quiet space, nothing demands prediction. You are simply here, breathing, aware, safe enough to rest. Releasing the addiction to certainty also invites trust, not blind trust in outcomes, but trust in your ability to adapt. You have handled unexpected situations before. You have survived confusion, change, and loss. You do not need to know every detail of tomorrow to face it. Your strength lies in your capacity to respond, not in your ability to foresee. Nothing about your life becomes less stable when you accept uncertainty. In fact, stability grows because it is no longer dependent on fragile predictions. You become grounded in your values, your awareness, your ability to remain steady even when the future is unclear. Tonight, you allow the unknown to exist without trying to resolve it. You stop negotiating with possibilities and return to the present, where life is actually happening. You accept that peace is available now, not only after everything is certain. What remains is a quiet openness, a sense that life can unfold without constant supervision from your thoughts. You feel the difference between control and trust, between tension and readiness. And in that openness, peace settles in deeply, calm and spacious, reminding you that certainty was never the source of your safety. Your resilience was, your awareness was, your ability to remain present even when the future is unclear was. As the night holds you in stillness, you realize that you do not have to solve tomorrow tonight. You do not have to predict every outcome to deserve rest. You can simply release the need to know and allow yourself to exist in the only place certainty has ever truly lived. This moment, quiet and complete on its own. And as the need for certainty loosens its hold, Another quiet realization begins to emerge. The awareness that you are not a finished product, that parts of you remain incomplete, still forming, still learning, still changing. For a long time you may have felt pressure to present a stable, fully defined identity, as if growth were something that should have ended by now. Tonight is not about perfecting yourself. It is about making peace with the fact that you are still becoming. There are unfinished versions of you scattered across time. The person who started something but never completed it. The one who believed in a dream that quietly faded. The one who tried, failed, tried again, then changed direction entirely. These versions can feel like loose ends, reminders of paths that did not reach the destination you once imagined. You may carry a quiet discomfort about them, as if they represent inconsistency rather than evolution. But incompletion is not failure. It is evidence that you explored, that you tested possibilities, that you allowed yourself to grow beyond earlier definitions. Every unfinished version of you contributed something: skills, insight, resilience, awareness of what truly matters. They were chapters, not mistakes. The discomfort comes from expecting your life to follow a clean narrative, when in reality it unfolds more like a collection of experiments. There may also be traits you hope to outgrow completely, but still recognize in yourself. Fears that return unexpectedly, habits that take longer to change, sensitivities that never fully disappear. You may judge yourself for these, believing you should be further along by now. Yet growth is rarely linear. Old patterns surface not because you have failed, but because healing happens in layers. The Stoics accepted human imperfection as part of the process of wisdom. They did not expect themselves to become flawless, only more aware. Progress meant noticing when they drifted off course and gently returning, not condemning themselves for still having work to do. This perspective transforms self-improvement from a race into a practice. As the night deepens, notice how much tension comes from trying to be finished before you are ready. That tension softens when you allow yourself to exist as you are. A work in progress, shaped by experiences that are still unfolding. You stop forcing closure on parts of yourself that need time to integrate. You may discover compassion for those earlier versions of you. They were navigating uncertainty, acting with the understanding available at the time. Some of them were brave in ways you did not appreciate then. Some carried burdens so that the present version of you could be lighter. None of them deserved to be dismissed simply because you moved beyond them. Nothing meaningful about your identity depends on being complete. Life continues to refine you as long as you are alive. New insights will emerge, new challenges will reshape your priorities, new connections will reveal aspects of yourself you have not yet met. The unfinished nature of your story is not a flaw. It is a sign that growth is still possible. Tonight, you allow every version of yourself to belong. The hopeful one, the confused one, the determined one, the exhausted one, the one who kept going when quitting felt easier. You stop separating your past from your present, as if only one deserves acceptance. What remains is a quieter sense of wholeness, not because everything is resolved, but because nothing is rejected. You feel integrated instead of divided, calm instead of critical. The unfinished parts of you no longer demand correction. They simply exist as reminders of how far you have traveled. And in that gentle acceptance, peace settles in once again, steady and reassuring, reminding you that becoming is not something that ends. It is something you participate in with patience and care. As the night holds you in stillness, you realize that you do not need to rush toward a final version of yourself to deserve rest. You are allowed to pause in the middle of your own evolution, to breathe, to exist without needing to define who you will be tomorrow. You are not incomplete. You are unfolding, and that is enough for tonight. And as you begin to accept the unfinished versions of yourself, another quiet habit starts to loosen, the need to revisit the past as if it were a contest you still have to win. Not openly, not with pride, but in small ways, replaying moments to prove you were right, reframing memories so they hurt less, arguing silently with people who are no longer there. Tonight is not about rewriting your history. It is about allowing your memories to exist without turning them into battles. The mind often treats memories like unresolved negotiations. It searches for the version of events that protects your dignity, that restores fairness, that gives you the last word you never had. You may find yourself reconstructing conversations, adjusting details, imagining different outcomes where you came out stronger or more understood. This does not mean you are dishonest. It means part of you still seeks closure through victory. But memories are not competitions. They are fragments of lived experience, shaped by emotion as much as fact. Trying to win them keeps you tied to moments that have already ended. It turns the past into a courtroom where you are both defendant and judge, constantly revisiting the same evidence without ever reaching peace. There is also a quiet fear beneath this habit. The fear that if you stop defending your version of events, your pain will be minimized or misunderstood. Winning the memory feels like protecting yourself from being erased. Yet true protection comes from accepting that your experience is valid, even if it remains unresolved, even if no one else agrees with it. The Stoics believed that clinging to past grievances prolongs suffering because it keeps the mind focused on what cannot be changed. They encouraged a shift toward acceptance, not because the past did not matter, but because peace requires releasing the struggle to control how it is remembered. Your dignity does not depend on winning old arguments. It rests in how you live now. As the night deepens, notice how the emotional charge of certain memories softens when you stop trying to correct them. They lose their urgency. They become quieter, less sharp, less demanding of your attention. You realize that not every moment needs to be resolved in your favor to stop hurting. Letting go of the need to win also opens space for compassion, not only for others, but for yourself. You see how everyone involved was acting from their own fears, limitations, and misunderstandings. The conflict becomes less about right and wrong, and more about human complexity. This perspective dissolves the rigid lines that kept the memory frozen in tension. Nothing meaningful about your story disappears when you stop fighting for the final word. Your experiences still shaped you, still taught you, still contributed to who you are. You do not need to secure victory to honor what you went through. Tonight, you allow your memories to rest as they are. You release the urge to adjust them, defend them, or revisit them for reassurance. You let them settle into the past without dragging them forward into the present. What remains is a quiet neutrality, not indifference, but calm acceptance. The memories are no longer opponents. They are simply parts of your life that have completed their role. And in that calm, peace settles in gently, reminding you that your mind was never meant to be a battlefield of old stories. It was meant to be a place where experiences are integrated, not relitigated. As the night holds you in stillness, you realize that you do not need to win your past to move forward. You only need to stop fighting it. And in that moment of release, the past finally loosens its grip, allowing you to rest without defense, without argument, without the quiet exhaustion of trying to prove something that no longer needs proof. And as the need to win old memories fades into quiet acceptance, another truth begins to settle in. The understanding that not every connection can or should be restored. Some bridges collapsed under weight that could not be carried. Others were burned in moments of pain, confusion, or survival. You may have spent a long time wishing you could rebuild them, believing that peace required reconciliation. Tonight is not about reopening those paths. It is about accepting that distance can also be a form of healing. There is a natural instinct to repair what was broken. You may feel that unfinished relationships represent failure, that closure depends on restoring contact, explaining yourself, or finding mutual understanding. But not all bridges lead to places you can safely return to. Some relationships were tied to versions of you that no longer exist, patterns that drained you, expectations that confined you. Accepting that a bridge must stay burned does not mean you carry anger forever. It means you recognize that returning would cost more than it would give. It means you respect the lessons learned from what happened, even if those lessons were painful. Distance becomes not a punishment, but protection, a boundary drawn by experience. There may also be grief in this acceptance. Even when a connection was unhealthy, it once held meaning. Memories of better moments can make you question whether walking away was too harsh, whether you should have tried harder. But peace does not always come from effort. Sometimes it comes from knowing when effort is no longer wise. The Stoics believed that relationships should be guided by reason and virtue, not by attachment alone. If a connection repeatedly undermined your stability, continuing it would not be an act of kindness. It would be self-neglect. They understood that compassion includes compassion for yourself, not only for others. As the night deepens, notice how heavy it felt to keep one foot pointed backward, as if you might return someday. That tension dissolves when you allow the past to remain in the past. You stop rehearsing conversations that will never happen. You stop imagining outcomes that no longer matter. Your energy returns to the present, where life is still unfolding. You may discover that forgiveness does not require reunion. You can release resentment without reopening the door. You can wish someone well from afar without inviting them back into your space. Peace grows in the distance because it allows both lives to move forward without repeating the same patterns. Nothing meaningful about your capacity for love is diminished by letting certain connections end. In fact, your ability to form healthier relationships often depends on recognizing when old ones have reached their natural conclusion. Not every chapter is meant to continue indefinitely, some close so that others can begin. Tonight, you allow the burned bridges to remain where they are, without regret, without the urge to rebuild them for appearances or nostalgia. You acknowledge that they served their purpose, even if that purpose was to teach you where your boundaries needed to be. What remains is a quiet sense of clarity, the understanding that your path does not require revisiting every place you have been. You are free to move forward without carrying the weight of what could not be saved. And in that clarity, peace settles in deeply, steady and grounding, reminding you that closure is not always found in reconnection. Sometimes it is found in acceptance, in the calm recognition that letting go was an act of respect for yourself. As the night holds you in stillness, you realize that you are not defined by the bridges that burn behind you. You are defined by the direction you chose afterward, by the courage to keep walking even when the road felt uncertain. And that courage is enough to carry you into whatever comes next, without needing to look back again. And as you accept that some bridges must remain behind you, another quiet pattern begins to loosen. The habit of preparing yourself emotionally for every possible disappointment before it even arrives. Not because you expect the worst, but because you learned that being ready for pain felt safer than being surprised by it. Tonight is not about lowering your guard completely. It is about allowing yourself to experience life without bracing for impact at every step. Emotional over-preparation can look like strength from the outside. You tell yourself not to get too excited, not to trust too easily, not to hope too much. You rehearse how you will cope if something goes wrong, building mental defenses in advance. It feels responsible, mature, realistic. But living this way keeps you in a constant state of tension, as if joy itself were something you must approach cautiously. Part of this habit comes from past experiences where you were caught off guard. Moments when hope turned into disappointment, when trust was met with silence, when plans unraveled without warning. The mind tries to prevent that shock from happening again by anticipating every outcome, dulling your expectations so the fall will be smaller if it comes. Yet over-preparation does not actually reduce pain. It only reduces your ability to feel fully present. You may miss moments of happiness because you are already calculating how they could end. You may hold back from connection because you are quietly preparing for distance. In trying to protect yourself from loss, you also protect yourself from life. The Stoics did not advocate emotional numbness. They practiced awareness of uncertainty while still allowing themselves to engage sincerely with what was happening. Their strength came from resilience, not from preemptive detachment. They understood that pain is not made easier by expecting it constantly. It is made bearable by trusting your capacity to endure when it arrives. As the night deepens, notice how exhausting it has been to live on alert, as if every good moment needed a contingency plan. The body holds that vigilance in tight muscles, shallow breathing, restless thoughts. When you allow yourself to release the need to prepare for every possibility, the tension begins to melt. The nervous system recognizes that it can finally stand down. You may discover that vulnerability feels unfamiliar at first, even risky. Allowing yourself to hope, to relax, to enjoy without anticipating the end can feel like stepping into open space. But that openness is where genuine peace lives. It is where you experience life directly instead of through a filter of caution. Nothing meaningful about your resilience disappears when you stop over-preparing. You are still capable of handling difficulty. You are still strong enough to adapt. The difference is that you are no longer sacrificing present calm to guard against future discomfort. Tonight, you give yourself permission to feel without rehearsing loss. You allow moments to unfold without calculating their potential outcome. You let joy exist without attaching conditions to it. What remains is a quiet trust. Trust in your ability to face whatever comes. Trust that you do not need to live in anticipation of pain to survive it. This trust softens your presence, making room for rest instead of constant readiness. And in that softness, peace settles in gently, reminding you that safety does not come from predicting every outcome. It comes from knowing you can meet life as it is, one moment at a time. As the night holds you in stillness, you realize that you do not have to armor yourself against tomorrow. You can simply be here, breathing, open, no longer rehearsing what might go wrong. And in that openness, something rare appears, a calm that does not depend on preparation, only on presence. And as the habit of emotional over-preparation softens, another layer of tension begins to dissolve. The quiet expectation that trust will eventually be broken, that kindness may hide an agenda, that closeness will one day turn into distance. This anticipation does not always come from paranoia. It often comes from experience, from moments when loyalty shifted without warning, when promises dissolved, when safety felt temporary. Tonight is not about forcing yourself to trust blindly. It is about releasing the constant readiness for betrayal so your mind can finally rest. Anticipating betrayal creates a subtle distance between you and everyone around you. Even in calm moments, a part of you stays alert, scanning for inconsistencies, preparing for disappointment before there is evidence of it. You may hold back emotionally, share less than you feel, keep exits in mind just in case. This vigilance once protected you, but over time it becomes a quiet loneliness, a barrier that prevents genuine connection. The mind does this because it wants control over pain. If you expect betrayal, you believe it will hurt less when it comes. Surprise becomes the enemy, so you try to eliminate it by predicting the worst. But constant suspicion is exhausting. It turns relationships into guarded spaces where trust cannot fully grow because part of you is always preparing for collapse. The Stoics understood that betrayal belongs to the choices of others, not to your character. They believed that you should act with integrity regardless of how others behave, because your peace depends on your actions, not on their reliability. When you accept this, trust becomes less about certainty and more about courage. The courage to remain open without surrendering your boundaries. As the night deepens, notice how your body feels when you stop anticipating harm. The shoulders relax, the breath slows, the mind no longer races ahead searching for warning signs. You realize how much energy was spent guarding against possibilities that were not present in this moment. Releasing the anticipation of betrayal does not mean ignoring your intuition. It means distinguishing between awareness and fear. You can remain perceptive without assuming the worst. You can trust gradually, based on experience, without rehearsing disaster in advance. You may also discover that peace returns when you allow people to show who they are over time, instead of deciding in advance that they will hurt you. Some will disappoint, yes, but others will surprise you with consistency, kindness, patience. If you remain closed, you will never experience that steadiness. Openness carries risk, but it also carries the possibility of genuine connection. Nothing meaningful about your strength depends on expecting betrayal. In fact, your strength grows when you trust your ability to recover if trust is broken, rather than trying to prevent the possibility entirely. You do not need to sacrifice peace to protect yourself from something that may never happen. Tonight, you allow yourself to step out of defense mode. You release the habit of reading danger into every silence, every delay, every misunderstanding. You accept that not every connection is a threat, not every kindness a prelude to loss. What remains is a calmer presence, one that engages with people as they are now, not as reflections of past pain. You feel more grounded because your attention is no longer split between the present and imagined future harm. And in that calm, peace settles in deeply, reminding you that you deserve relationships not defined by fear. You deserve moments of ease where your guard can rest without abandoning your wisdom. As the night holds you in stillness, you realize that safety does not come from expecting betrayal. It comes from knowing that even if hurt returns someday, it will not destroy the strength you have built. You will face it then, not now. And for tonight, that knowledge is enough to let your mind soften, your heart quiet, your body finally release the tension of waiting for something painful that is not here. And as the anticipation of betrayal finally quiets, another realization begins to surface. The awareness that much of who you became was shaped by what you needed to survive, not necessarily by who you truly are. The strong one who never asked for help. The agreeable one who kept the peace. The invisible one who stayed out of the way. The responsible one who carried more than was fair. These roles once protected you. Tonight is not about rejecting them with anger. It is about gently setting them down because you no longer need to live inside them. Survival roles are built in environments where being yourself did not feel safe. You learned which parts of you were accepted and which ones caused friction. You adapted quickly, reshaping your behavior to avoid conflict, abandonment, or disappointment. At the time, this adaptability was strength. It allowed you to endure situations that might have overwhelmed you otherwise. But what protects you in one season can confine you in another. The role that once kept you safe may now prevent you from expressing what you feel, asking for what you need, or resting when you are tired. You may continue performing it automatically, even when the original danger is gone, because it became familiar. Familiarity can feel like safety, even when it is restrictive. Letting go of these roles can feel unsettling at first. Without them, you may wonder who you are supposed to be. The identity you built around survival gave you direction, even if it came at a cost. Stepping outside of it creates open space, and open space can feel uncertain until you learn to trust it. The Stoics believed that identity should be rooted in character rather than circumstance. When circumstances change, you are allowed to respond differently. You are not obligated to remain the person you had to be in order to endure. Growth includes releasing strategies that are no longer necessary. As the night deepens, notice how heavy those roles have been. The constant effort to appear composed, capable, unaffected. The pressure to hold everything together even when you needed support yourself. When you allow those expectations to fall away, even briefly, the relief is immediate. You feel lighter, less guarded, more present. You may discover parts of yourself that were hidden beneath the role. Softness, curiosity, vulnerability, humor, desires you postponed for the sake of stability. These qualities were never lost. They were simply waiting for permission to return. Nothing about your past strength is diminished by letting go of survival behaviors. In fact, your strength evolves. It becomes quieter, less performative, more grounded. You no longer prove your resilience by enduring everything alone. You show it by allowing yourself to live more freely. Tonight, you give yourself permission to step out of the role you carried for so long. You acknowledge the courage it took to wear it, the ways it protected you when you needed protection, and then, with gratitude rather than resentment, you place it down. What remains is unfamiliar but peaceful, the sense of being present without armor, responsive instead of defensive, open instead of rigid. You are not abandoning who you were, you are allowing who you are now to breathe. And in that gentle release, peace settles in deeply, steady and reassuring, reminding you that survival is not the only way to live. You are allowed to move beyond endurance into ease, beyond protection into presence. As the night holds you in stillness, you realize that you do not have to carry old roles into new chapters. You can meet tomorrow without performing, without bracing, without shrinking yourself to fit expectations that no longer apply. And for the first time in a long while, you are simply here, not surviving, not proving, not hiding, just existing, calm and whole, exactly as you are. And as the old survival roles begin to fall away, another quiet weight reveals itself, the pressure to become someone remarkable, someone exceptional, someone whose life must justify every struggle by turning into something extraordinary. Not because you are arrogant, but because you were taught that ordinary was not enough, that your value depended on achieving something impressive. Tonight is not about shrinking your dreams. It is about releasing the belief that your worth is measured by how extraordinary you appear. The pressure to be exceptional can hide inside motivation. You push yourself harder, set higher standards, refuse to rest, because there is always more you could become. At first, this drive feels empowering. It gives direction, purpose, a sense that your life is building towards something meaningful. But over time, it can turn into quiet exhaustion, a feeling that no matter what you accomplish, it is never quite enough. Part of this pressure comes from comparison. Stories of extraordinary success are celebrated, repeated, placed on display as proof of what is possible. But what is rarely shown is the cost, the timing, the luck, the unseen support, the failures along the way. You begin to believe that anything less than exceptional is a sign of wasted potential, overlooking the quiet dignity of a life lived with balance, kindness, and presence. There is also fear beneath this pressure. Fear that if you do not become remarkable, you will be overlooked, forgotten, insignificant. So you chase distinction as a shield against invisibility. Yet the chase itself can distance you from the simple experiences that make life feel real. Connection, rest, small joys that do not need to impress anyone. The Stoics valued excellence of character over excellence of reputation. They believed that living with integrity, patience, courage, and compassion was more meaningful than achieving fame or recognition. In their view, an ordinary life lived wisely was far greater than an extraordinary life driven by ego. As the night deepens, notice how your body responds when you release the demand to be exceptional. The tension softens, the breath becomes easier. You are no longer carrying the weight of a future you must earn. You are simply here, allowed to exist without proving anything. You may discover a quiet appreciation for the ordinary moments you once rushed past. The calm of a simple evening, the comfort of familiar routines, the warmth of small interactions. These experiences were never obstacles to greatness. They were the substance of life itself. Nothing meaningful about your potential disappears when you stop forcing yourself to be extraordinary. In fact, creativity and growth often flourish in the absence of pressure. When you are not driven by fear of insignificance, you can pursue what genuinely interests you rather than what looks impressive. Tonight, you allow yourself to be human instead of exceptional. You release the need to stand out, to justify your existence through achievement, to transform every struggle into a story of triumph. You accept that being alive, aware, capable of kindness and reflection, is already something rare. What remains is a quieter sense of fulfillment, one that comes from living authentically rather than performing significance. You feel grounded because your value is no longer tied to outcomes that fluctuate. And in that grounded presence, peace settles in deeply, reminding you that you were never required to become extraordinary to deserve rest, love, or respect. You were always enough as a person, still learning how to live. As the night holds you in stillness, you realize that the most extraordinary thing you can do is allow yourself to be ordinary without shame, to exist fully, gently, without the constant demand to be more than you are. And in that acceptance, a calm spreads through you, steady and reassuring, as if life itself were whispering that nothing about you needs to be amplified to matter. You are already part of something vast simply by being here. And as the pressure to become extraordinary finally loosens its grip, something unexpected begins to emerge. A quiet space where you are no longer striving to stand out or prove your significance. In that space, a gentler truth appears. You are allowed to be ordinary, and in that ordinariness there is a kind of freedom you may have never experienced before. Tonight is not about lowering your standards. It is about stepping out of the exhausting need to measure your life against impossible ideals. For a long time, ordinary may have felt like something to avoid. It was associated with invisibility, with being overlooked, with living a life that would not be admired. You were encouraged to be special, to distinguish yourself, to leave a mark that set you apart. While ambition can be powerful, it can also create a quiet dissatisfaction with simple existence, as if peace were something you had to earn rather than something you could inhabit. Allowing yourself to be ordinary does not erase your uniqueness. It simply removes the pressure to display it constantly. You no longer need every moment to be productive, impressive, or meaningful in a grand way. You can sit quietly without turning it into a lesson. You can enjoy something small without asking what it contributes to your future. You can exist without narrating your life as a story that must inspire someone else. There is deep relief in blending into the human experience rather than standing outside of it. You realize that everyone is navigating uncertainty, carrying unseen burdens, learning as they go. You are not alone in your imperfections, your confusion, your unfinished growth. Ordinary becomes not a limitation, but a shared ground where connection is easier and expectations are lighter. The Stoics understood that freedom often comes from reducing unnecessary desires. When you stop needing recognition, you gain independence from the opinions that once controlled you. When you stop chasing distinction, you reclaim time and energy for what genuinely nourishes you. Simplicity becomes strength because it cannot be taken away. As the night deepens, notice how calm it feels to release the performance of being exceptional. The mind quiets because it is no longer rehearsing how to appear. The body relaxes because it is no longer bracing for evaluation. You feel present in a way that striving never allowed. You may discover that ordinary life holds subtle richness, the rhythm of breathing, the comfort of familiar surroundings, the quiet satisfaction of completing small tasks, the warmth of ordinary conversations. These experiences do not demand attention, yet they sustain you in ways grand achievements cannot. Nothing meaningful about your life loses value because it is not dramatic. In fact, the absence of constant intensity allows deeper appreciation to grow. Peace thrives in simplicity because there is space to notice what was previously overshadowed by ambition. Tonight, you give yourself permission to live without spectacle. You release the need to turn your life into something extraordinary and instead allow it to be sincere, grounded, quietly meaningful. You accept that freedom is not found in standing above others, but in standing comfortably among them. What remains is a sense of ease, the kind that does not depend on success, recognition, or comparison. You are simply here, alive, aware, capable of kindness and reflection. That is enough, more than enough. And in that ease, peace settles in deeply, steady and unforced, reminding you that freedom was never about becoming more. It was about allowing yourself to be exactly what you already are, without resistance. As the night holds you in stillness, You realize that being ordinary is not the opposite of being special. It is the foundation of being real. It is where life happens without pressure, without masks, without the constant need to prove that you belong. And for the first time in a long while, you feel light. Not because everything is perfect, but because nothing needs to be. And as you settle into the quiet freedom of simply being ordinary, another subtle tension begins to reveal itself. The feeling that time has been chasing you, measuring you, reminding you of everything you have not done yet. The pressure of deadlines, aging, missed chances, and imagined futures can make time feel like an opponent instead of a companion. Tonight is not about stopping time or escaping it. It is about resetting your relationship with it so it no longer feels like something you are losing. For many people, time becomes a silent source of anxiety. You calculate how far along you should be, compare your progress to others, replay past decisions, wondering if you fell behind at some invisible checkpoint. Even moments of rest can feel uneasy because part of you believes you should be doing something more productive. The clock continues moving whether you are ready or not, and that movement can create a quiet urgency that never fully fades. But time was never meant to be experienced as pressure. It is simply the space in which life unfolds. The Stoics viewed time as something to be used wisely, not feared. They understood that the present moment is the only place where action is possible. Regret belongs to the past, anxiety belongs to the future, but peace exists only in the now. As the night deepens, notice how different time feels when you stop measuring yourself against it. Minutes no longer rush past. They expand, becoming spacious instead of scarce. You are not trying to extract value from them or justify how you spend them. You are simply inhabiting them, allowing them to pass without resistance. Resetting your relationship with time also means releasing the belief that your worth is tied to speed. Growth does not follow a strict schedule. Healing cannot be rushed. Understanding emerges gradually, shaped by experiences that cannot be predicted or forced. When you stop demanding that life move faster, you begin to notice how much is already happening at its own pace. There may be grief in this realization, acknowledgement of time spent worrying, hurrying, postponing rest for a future that kept shifting. But that grief softens when you understand that awareness itself is a new beginning. The moment you change how you relate to time, the past no longer dictates the future. Nothing about your life becomes less meaningful because you slow down. In fact, meaning often deepens when you are no longer rushing past it. Small experiences gain clarity. Conversations feel more present. Even silence becomes something you can inhabit instead of escape. Tonight, you allow time to exist without turning it into a scoreboard. You release the habit of tracking how much you have left to do and return to what is already here. You accept that this moment does not need to lead anywhere to be complete. What remains is a calm awareness, the sense that life is not slipping away as long as you are fully present for it. Time stops feeling like something you are running out of and begins to feel like something you are moving through with steadiness. And in that awareness, peace settles in deeply, reminding you that you were never meant to conquer time, only to live within it with intention and acceptance. As the night holds you in stillness, you realize that tomorrow does not need to be solved tonight. The future will arrive on its own, just as it always has. Your only task is to rest now, to let this quiet moment restore you. And as you release the pressure of the clock, something gentle takes its place. a sense that there is enough time to breathe, enough time to begin again, enough time to simply be here without fear of falling behind. And once time no longer feels like something chasing you, another fear quietly steps forward, the fear of being left alone with your own mind. For many people, silence is not peaceful. It is loud with unfinished thoughts, buried worries, and emotions that surface the moment distractions disappear. Tonight invites you to face that silence differently, not as something to escape, but as something that no longer has power over you. A very short truth begins this part of the night. The thoughts you avoid are not as dangerous as the effort it takes to keep running from them. Most people spend their days surrounded by noise on purpose. Music playing in the background, endless scrolling, constant conversations, television filling every empty space. Not because they enjoy all of it, but because silence feels uncomfortable. When there is nothing to focus on outside, attention turns inward, and what lives there can feel unpredictable. Old memories surface without warning. Questions appear that have no easy answers. Feelings long ignored begin asking to be felt. But the fear is not really about thoughts themselves. It is about the belief that if you face them, you might be overwhelmed by them, that they will pull you back into pain you worked hard to escape. So you keep the noise going, convincing yourself that staying busy is the same as staying strong. The Stoics approached the mind differently. They practiced sitting quietly with themselves, observing thoughts the way someone watches clouds pass across the sky. They understood that a thought is not a command, not a prophecy, not even a fact. It is simply a mental event that appears and disappears on its own if you do not cling to it. Tonight, you begin to notice this. A thought rises, perhaps about something you regret or something you fear. Instead of wrestling with it, you allow it to exist without judgment. You do not analyze it or push it away. You let it pass through, the same way a sound fades once it has been heard. At first, this can feel unfamiliar. The mind is used to reacting, solving, arguing, replaying. Stillness feels like doing nothing, and doing nothing can feel unsafe when you are used to constant motion. But slowly, something shifts. The thoughts lose urgency. They become quieter, less demanding, almost distant. You realize that the mind can create storms, but it can also witness them without getting caught inside. You are not the chaos you sometimes experience. You are the awareness that notices it. Being alone with your thoughts stops feeling like isolation and starts feeling like privacy. A private space where nothing is required of you, where you do not have to perform or protect or prove anything. Just presence. This is where deep rest begins. Not only rest for the body, but rest for the mind that has been alert for too long. When you stop fearing your inner world, you stop needing constant distraction. Silence becomes a place you can return to instead of something you avoid. You may even discover that beneath the noise there is wisdom waiting, insights that only appear when everything else quiets down, feelings that guide you toward what truly matters, a clearer understanding of yourself that cannot be heard in a crowded mind. None of this requires forcing anything. You are not trying to control your thoughts or empty your mind completely. You are simply changing your relationship with what appears there. Curiosity replaces fear. Observation replaces resistance. And as this continues, a deeper realization emerges. You have never actually been alone. Awareness itself is company, the steady presence that has been with you through every moment of your life, even when everything else changed. Tonight, You allow that presence to feel safe. You stop treating your own mind like a place to escape from and start treating it like a place you can rest in. The night grows quieter, and instead of feeling exposed, you feel held by the stillness. Thoughts may still come and go, but they no longer define the space. They are visitors, not rulers. For the first time in a long while, being alone with your mind does not feel like something to survive. It feels like something gentle, something grounding, something that reminds you that peace was never outside of you waiting to be found. It was here all along, waiting for the moment you stopped being afraid to sit with yourself in the quiet. And as you grow more comfortable sitting with your own mind, another habit quietly loosens its grip, the habit of judging everything that happened today. The mind loves to replay the day like a courtroom, presenting evidence of what you did wrong, what you should have said, what you failed to finish. Tonight invites you to step out of that trial and let the day end without a verdict. A small but powerful shift begins here. Not every day needs to be evaluated to be complete. Most people carry an invisible scoreboard. They measure whether the day was productive enough, kind enough, successful enough. If something went wrong, the mind circles it again and again, trying to rewrite what already happened. Even moments of rest get labeled as wasted time. By the time night arrives, instead of feeling relief, there is a quiet dissatisfaction, as if something important was missed. But judgment does not change the past. It only drains the energy you need to move forward. The Stoics believed in reflection, but not in punishment. Reflection was meant to bring understanding, not shame. It was a way of learning gently, not condemning harshly. Tonight, you practice a different approach. You let the day exist exactly as it was, unfinished, imperfect, human. You acknowledge that you made decisions with the knowledge and energy you had at the time. You recognize that some things went well, some things did not, and both are part of living. When you release judgment, the mind stops tightening around details. The pressure to correct everything dissolves. There is nothing left to defend or justify. The day becomes a story that has already been told, not a problem waiting to be solved. You may notice how unusual this feels at first. Without judgment, there is a quiet emptiness, like putting down a heavy bag you forgot you were carrying. The body softens, the breath deepens. Thoughts slow down because they are no longer being pushed in circles. Ending the day without judgment also means letting go of comparisons. You are not measuring your life against someone else's highlight reel. You are not asking whether you are ahead or behind. You are simply closing one chapter before opening another. There is compassion in this practice. Compassion for the effort you made, even if the results were not perfect. Compassion for the moments you struggled. Compassion for the parts of you that are still learning. This compassion is not weakness. It is strength without harshness. It allows growth without fear. When you stop punishing yourself for being human, you create space for genuine change instead of forced improvement. The Stoics often reminded themselves that each day is a complete life in miniature. It begins, unfolds, and ends. You cannot return to the morning to start again, but you can carry the wisdom forward into tomorrow. That is enough. As the night deepens, you let the mental noise settle. There is nothing left to review, nothing left to argue with. The day is over, and it does not need your permission to be complete. What remains is a calm neutrality, not pride, not disappointment, just acceptance. The quiet understanding that you showed up as best as you could, and that is all any day ever asks. In this space, rest becomes possible. Sleep comes more easily when the mind is not holding court. Dreams feel lighter when they are not weighed down by self-criticism. And somewhere inside, a gentle confidence begins to form. The knowledge that you can meet tomorrow without dragging today behind you. That you can wake up without needing to fix what has already passed. Tonight, you allow the day to end the way the sun sets. Without judgment, without commentary, without resistance. It simply fades, making room for darkness, for stillness, for renewal. You do not need to declare this day good or bad for it to have meaning. Its value is in the fact that it was lived, that you were here for it, that it has now become part of your story without defining the rest of it. And as you rest in that understanding, you feel the quiet power of letting things be exactly what they were, no more, no less, and finally allowing yourself to be at peace with it. And as the day finally releases its grip on you, the mind reaches for the next thing to hold. Tomorrow. Plans begin forming, conversations start playing out in advance. Possible problems line up like shadows waiting for the sun. It feels responsible, even necessary, to prepare for what hasn't happened yet. But tonight invites you to loosen that habit too, and allow tomorrow to remain unopened. A quiet realization settles in. You do not have to live tomorrow before it arrives. Mental rehearsals often feel like protection. You picture what you will say, how you will respond, how you will handle every possible outcome. The mind believes that if it prepares enough, nothing will catch you off guard. But this constant previewing comes at a cost. It keeps you tense, alert, unable to fully rest, because part of you is already standing in the future. The Stoics prepared for life differently. They accepted that uncertainty is part of being alive. They trained their character, not the script of events. Instead of trying to control every outcome, they focused on strengthening the ability to respond with calm, whatever happened. Tonight, you allow yourself to step away from rehearsing. You do not need to predict every conversation or anticipate every reaction. Tomorrow will unfold with details you cannot foresee anyway. Your only task right now is to be present in this moment, not scattered across imaginary ones. Notice how the body softens when you stop planning responses. The jaw unclenches, the shoulders lower, the breath becomes slower. The nervous system senses that there is no immediate threat, no performance required. Rest becomes possible because you are no longer preparing for a stage that is still empty. There is also trust in this release. Trust that you will handle what comes when it comes. You have navigated unexpected situations before, even without preparation. Your ability to adapt is already part of you. It does not need constant rehearsal to function. Letting go of mental rehearsals does not mean abandoning responsibility. It means recognizing that rest is also preparation. A calm mind responds better than an exhausted one. Clarity appears more easily when you are not crowded by imagined scenarios. You may notice how strange it feels to let tomorrow remain uncertain. The mind prefers closure, even if that closure is imaginary. But uncertainty is not danger. It is simply space. Space where life has not yet written its lines. As the night deepens, you allow that space to exist without filling it. You stop editing conversations that have not happened. You stop predicting outcomes that may never occur. You release the need to be ready for everything. What replaces it is a quiet confidence, not loud or forceful, but steady. The understanding that you do not need to control the future to meet it. You only need to arrive rested, aware, and grounded in yourself. The present moment becomes enough. The bed beneath you, the slow rhythm of your breathing, the darkness that holds you without expectation. Nothing is asking for your attention right now except rest. Tomorrow will come with its own instructions. It will reveal what matters and what does not, and when it does, you will meet it as the person you are then, not the one who tried to predict it the night before. For now, you let the curtain close on planning. You allow the mind to dim the lights, to step away from the stage, to return to silence. And in that silence, a gentle peace settles over you. The peace of knowing that you do not have to solve tomorrow tonight, that life can unfold without constant supervision, that rest itself is an act of trust. You are here, in this moment, with nothing left to prepare for, and that is enough. And as the mind stops reaching into tomorrow, a deeper resistance often appears, the discomfort of simply resting. Even when there is nothing left to solve, part of you may still whisper that you should be doing something, improving something, fixing something. Tonight invites you to release that pressure too, and accept that rest is not a weakness, but a form of quiet strength. A gentle truth settles here. Exhaustion is not proof of dedication, and rest is not proof of failure. Many people were taught that value comes from constant effort. Productivity became a measure of worth, and slowing down started to feel like falling behind. You may have learned to push through tiredness, to ignore the body's signals, to treat rest as a reward you must earn instead of a basic need. Over time, even moments of stillness can feel uncomfortable, as if you are breaking an invisible rule. But the body and mind were never designed for endless output. Even the strongest systems require recovery. Muscles grow during rest, not during strain. The mind integrates experiences during quiet, not during constant stimulation. Without pause, performance weakens instead of improving. The Stoics understood this balance. They practiced discipline, but they also respected limits. They believed that a clear mind was more valuable than a busy one, and that stepping back was sometimes the wisest action available. Rest was not an escape from responsibility. It was preparation for meeting it with clarity. Tonight, you allow yourself to stop without guilt. You are not abandoning your goals. You are not becoming complacent. You are simply giving your system the space it needs to recover from everything it has carried. Notice how the body responds when you stop resisting rest. The breathing deepens naturally, the heartbeat slows, tension begins to drain from places you didn't realize were tight. The nervous system shifts from alertness to safety, reminding you that you do not need to stay on guard. There may still be a voice insisting that you should be doing more. That voice often comes from fear. Fear of being left behind, fear of losing control, fear of not being enough. But you do not need to argue with it. You can acknowledge it and still choose rest. Rest is not empty time. It is repair time. It is where energy returns, where clarity rebuilds, where the mind reorganizes itself without pressure. It is the space where creativity and resilience quietly grow. Accepting rest also changes how you see yourself. You stop equating your worth with output. You begin to understand that you are valuable simply because you exist, not because of how much you accomplish in a day. This shift softens the constant need to prove yourself. As the night deepens, you allow rest to feel natural instead of earned. You do not rush it or measure it. You let it unfold at its own pace, the way sleep arrives when it is no longer forced. There is humility in this acceptance, a recognition that you are human, not a machine, that limits are not obstacles to overcome, but signals guiding you toward balance. And something surprising happens when you stop resisting rest. Energy begins to return on its own, not as a sudden burst, but as a steady renewal, the kind that lasts because it is built on care rather than pressure. Tonight, you release the belief that stopping means falling behind. You understand that sometimes the most productive thing you can do is nothing at all, not because nothing matters, but because you matter enough to recover. The quiet of the night holds you without expectations. There is no audience watching, no task waiting, no deadline counting down. Just space to breathe, to soften, to exist without performance. And in that space, you feel a deeper peace, the peace of no longer fighting your own need for rest, the peace of allowing yourself to be still without apology. You are not lazy for needing this moment. You are human. And tonight, that is more than enough. And as you begin to accept that rest itself is not a weakness, another layer quietly reveals itself, the belief that you must deserve it first. That relaxation is something you are allowed only after proving you have worked hard enough, suffered enough, achieved enough. Tonight invites you to loosen that belief too, and to understand that peace was never meant to be a prize at the end of exhaustion. A simple truth settles in gently. You do not have to earn the right to breathe. Many people carry an invisible rule that says rest must be justified. If you relax too soon, guilt appears. If you sit still while tasks remain unfinished, the mind calls it irresponsible. Even moments meant for recovery become tense because part of you is keeping score, waiting to decide whether you have done enough to deserve this pause. This belief often begins early. Praise comes after effort, approval after performance. Over time, the nervous system learns to associate stillness with danger, as if stopping means losing value. So you keep pushing, even when your energy is gone, hoping that one day you will feel allowed to finally relax without that quiet voice of judgment. But peace was never designed to function as payment. It is not a luxury reserved for the most productive. It is a natural state the body returns to when pressure is removed. The Stoics understood this deeply. They practiced discipline, but they did not believe in punishing themselves for being human. They saw rest as part of wisdom, not a reward for suffering. Tonight, you release the contract you never agreed to, the idea that your worth must be proven before you can soften. You do not need permission from your past efforts or future plans. You are allowed to step out of striving simply because you exist. Notice how different relaxation feels when it is not conditional. The body stops waiting for the signal that it is time to tense again. The mind stops calculating how long this calm is allowed to last. There is no rush to return to productivity, no countdown running in the background. There may still be discomfort at first, a strange feeling of doing something wrong by doing nothing. But that discomfort is just the old habit fading. You do not need to fight it. You let it pass the same way you have learned to let thoughts pass. Releasing the need to earn rest also changes how you approach tomorrow. Instead of beginning the day already depleted, you start from a place of renewal. Energy becomes something you protect, not something you drain to prove dedication. You begin to see that constant strain does not make you stronger. It only makes you tired. True strength includes knowing when to stop, when to recover, when to allow yourself to exist without effort. As the night deepens, you give yourself full permission to relax without conditions. Not because everything is finished, not because you solved every problem, not because you achieved something extraordinary, simply because you are here, alive, breathing, deserving of calm the same way you are deserving of air. The silence around you no longer feels like wasted time. It feels like restoration, like something sacred that was always available but rarely accepted. You are not falling behind by resting. You are returning to balance. You are resetting the part of you that has been running for too long without pause. And in this quiet acceptance, something softens inside. The constant pressure to justify your existence through effort. It fades, replaced by a steadier understanding that you do not have to prove your right to peace. Tonight, relaxation is not something you earn. It is something you allow. You let the body sink deeper into stillness. You let the mind release its grip. You let yourself exist without measuring your value against what you have done. There is nothing left to achieve right now, nothing left to demonstrate, nothing left to deserve. Only rest. And that rest is already yours. And as you finally release the belief that you must earn your rest, a deeper surrender becomes possible. The understanding that you do not have to carry everything alone. Some burdens were never meant to be held by one mind, one body, one fragile human heart. Tonight invites you to place those weights down and allow the night itself to hold what you no longer can. A quiet truth rises here. Not everything needs your strength to survive. For so long, you may have believed that letting go meant losing control, that if you stopped holding everything together, it would all collapse. So you tightened your grip on worries, on responsibilities, on memories, on fears of what might happen if you relaxed for even a moment. Carrying became a habit, and the habit became your identity. But even the strongest hands grow tired. Even the most determined mind reaches a point where effort no longer helps. There are problems that cannot be solved at midnight, emotions that cannot be processed all at once, questions that do not respond to pressure. Holding them through the night does not protect you. It only keeps you awake. The Stoics practiced a form of surrender that was not defeat, but wisdom. They understood that some things belong to fate, to time, to forces beyond personal control. Their peace came not from carrying everything, but from knowing what to release. Tonight, you allow yourself to place your burdens into the quiet darkness around you, not to abandon them forever, but to stop holding them for a while. The night is vast, patient, steady. It does not judge what you bring to it. It does not demand solutions. It simply holds space. Notice how the body responds when you stop gripping invisible weight. The chest feels lighter, the breath moves more freely, the muscles no longer brace against problems that are not present right now. Your system begins to understand that it is safe to rest even if everything is not resolved. This release is not weakness, it is trust. Trust that life continues even when you stop managing it for a few hours. Trust that morning will arrive whether you stayed awake worrying or allowed yourself to sleep. Trust that you will be able to pick things up again with clearer eyes and steadier hands. There is also compassion in this moment. Compassion for the version of you that tried so hard to carry everything alone. Compassion for the effort it took to keep going even when you were exhausted. You are not abandoning that strength. You are giving it a chance to recover. As the night deepens, you feel the silence expanding around you like a protective space. Nothing is pressing in. Nothing is asking for decisions. Nothing is demanding answers. The world has softened its grip, and you are allowed to soften yours too. You do not need to solve your life before sleep. You do not need to untangle every emotion before closing your eyes. You do not need to prepare for every possible outcome before resting. The night can hold those unfinished pieces without breaking. And something gentle happens when you stop carrying everything. The mind grows quieter. Not because the problems disappeared, but because you are no longer clutching them. They drift into the background, distant enough to allow peace to move forward. In this stillness, you realize that strength is not measured by how much you can hold, but by knowing when to release. The strongest people are not the ones who never put things down, but the ones who trust themselves enough to rest. Tonight, you let the darkness cradle what you cannot resolve. You let the silence absorb the noise you have been holding inside. You let the steady rhythm of the world continue without your supervision. Your only task now is to rest within it, and as you sink deeper into that rest, you feel something you may not have felt in a long time. The relief of no longer being responsible for everything at once. The relief of allowing the night to do what it has always done. Hold the world while you sleep. You are not alone in this moment. You are supported by something vast and quiet and steady. So you release your grip completely. Let the night carry what you cannot. You have carried enough. Tonight was never about escaping your life. It was about putting it down long enough to remember who you are without the weight. You loosened your grip on the past. You stopped negotiating with memories that cannot change. You released the need for closure, the need to be understood, the need to control what was never yours to control. One by one, the invisible burdens lost their authority. Not because they disappeared, but because you did. You allowed unfinished things to remain unfinished. You accepted that peace does not require answers, approval, or perfection. You stopped rehearsing tomorrow, stopped judging today, stopped punishing yourself for being human. And in that quiet surrender, something stronger than control appeared. Calm, the kind that does not depend on circumstances, the kind that stays even when life is uncertain. This is the Stoic reset. Not a dramatic transformation, not a promise that everything will be easy tomorrow, but a return to clarity. A reminder that your mind does not have to fight every battle it remembers. A realization that rest is not weakness, silence is not emptiness, and letting go is not loss. If even one part of tonight helped you breathe a little deeper, write "I let it go" in the comments, not for the algorithm, but as a quiet signal to yourself that this moment mattered, that you chose peace over pressure, even if just for a night. And if you want more nights like this, more resets, more clarity, more calm strength, subscribe to the channel and join the people who are learning how to live without carrying the whole world on their shoulders. For now, close your eyes without trying to solve anything else. You don't have to hold it anymore. Let the night finish what you started.